The record will reflect that the defendant is present with his attorneys, the state is present, we're outside the presence of the jury. Now, yesterday afternoon, after the court impaneled and released the jurors for the day, we had our hearing on the defendant's expert witness. Is there anything else that we need to discuss about that?
Nothing about the expert witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything we need to take on before I bring the jury in?
Just one brief matter, Your Honor. The state and the defense have stipulated on certain items of evidence.
Okay.
If I can present this to the court for signature, and we'd like to offer this for record purposes.
Yes, of course.
Thank
Would
you.
you describe that for the record?
Yes. So this is 4 items of evidence in this case. Number 1 is apartment number 628 security camera video, files from August 31st, 2023. DME file name, apartment video 083123.zip. States exhibit number 8. Number 2 is the deceased complainant Michael Mills' Instagram cell phone video. DME file name Mills Instagram response to data.zip 10983443378007888. Linked media archive stories 17692878923884422. That's state exhibit number 9. Item number 3 is going to be Britney Bass's enhanced 911 call. DME file name 911 audio speech leveled 1.flac, F-L-A-C. That's state exhibit number 10. And finally, autopsy identification photograph of deceased complainant Michael Mills. DME file name autopsy photos.zip. D is in dog, S is in Sam, C is in camel, 6145, and that's state exhibit number 142. May I approach?
Yes. And I'll ask the defense, is this an accurate description of State's Exhibit number 152?
It is, Your Honor.
Okay. The court will admit State's Exhibit 152 for record purposes. Do you need it at your desk?
Not necessarily, Judge. You want to keep it?
Yes.
Okay.
All right, if there's nothing else, let's bring in the panel. Smith, while you're doing that, would you hand this to me, please? Thank you.
indictment in cause number F2312445 against defendant Gerardo Rodriguez for the offense of murder. In the name and by the authority of the state of Texas, Grand Jury of Dallas County, state of Texas, duly organized at the July term AD 2023 of the Criminal District Court number 4 for said county, upon its oath do present and into said court at said term, that Gerardo Rodriguez, hereinafter called defendant, on or about the 31st day of August 2023, in the county of Dallas, state of Texas, did unlawfully, then and there, intentionally and knowingly cause the death of Michael Mills, an individual hereinafter called deceased, by stabbing deceased with a knife and an unknown object, a deadly weapon. And further, did unlawfully, then and there, intend to cause serious bodily injury to Michael Mills, hereinafter called deceased, and did, then and there, commit an act clearly dangerous to human life, to wit, stabbing deceased with a knife and an unknown object, a deadly weapon, and did thereby cause the death of Michael Mills, an individual, against the peace and dignity of the state, signed by the foreman of the grand jury.
Thank you. To this indictment, what does the defendant plead?
Not guilty, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right, do both sides intend to give opening statements?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. And please, court, counsel, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. In the early evening hours of August 31st, 2023, at approximately 6 to 6:30 p.m., the deceased complainant, in this case, Michael Mills, and a friend of his named Britney, who you meet today, went out to CarMax in Plano. Their intent, and Michael's intent, was to sell his vehicle because he had planned on moving back to his home state of Delaware the following day. So Britney followed in her vehicle as Michael drove his vehicle out to this CarMax in Plano. Got to the CarMax, Michael went inside, did some business. Britney stayed outside in her car, talked on the phone with a friend. Michael completed his business, came back out with some paperwork. He decided to leave his vehicle there at the CarMax, and so he got into Britney's vehicle, an orange Kia Seltos, and they proceeded back to Michael's apartment complex, which is called the Holden, in the city of Carrollton here in Dallas County, Texas. Got back to the apartment and realized that Michael had left the paperwork inside of his vehicle. So he went back out to the CarMax, Britney drove him back out there, got the paperwork, came back to the apartment complex. Again, Britney was driving in the driver's seat, and Michael, victim in this case, was in the front passenger seat. At this time, when they returned for the second time to the apartment complex, you'll see a security camera from one of the residents' apartments showing down right into the parking lot. You will see that Britney pulls into the parking lot and she stops. She will tell you that her intent at that point in time was to back into one of the parking spots that you will clearly see on this video. At that time, within 5 or 6 seconds, you will see this defendant, Mr. Gerardo Rodriguez, pull in behind Ms. Bass's vehicle. He immediately pulls to the side of Ms. Bass and then in front of Ms. Bass, blocking her path so she cannot proceed forward. On that video, you will also see the defendant, Mr. Rodriguez, exit his vehicle and then proceed to the front driver window of Ms. Bass. What Ms. Bass will tell you, he was upset. He was angry that they were blocking the parking spots. And excuse my language, but in the defendant's own words, told him to basically get the fuck out the way. That time there was a brief exchange at the window. Unfortunately, there's no audio on the security video, but Britney will tell you about this verbal exchange. At that time, Mr. Rodriguez proceeds back to his vehicle, and then you'll see at the tail end of that security video, which was motion activated, so unfortunately did not capture the offense on video, but it does capture right at the end. You'll see Mr. Mills begin to exit Britney's vehicle from the passenger side. At that time, Mr. Mills proceeds to Mr. Rodriguez's vehicle, where he has re-entered his vehicle. They exchange some words, verbal exchange. Britney will describe the conversation as, first of all, pretty normal, but then it escalated. It escalated into a loud verbal exchange between Mr. Mills and the defendant, Mr. Rodriguez. At this time, Mr. Rodriguez is back inside his car. Mr. Mills is still outside the car. And you will also see a short video from Mr. Mills' cell phone where he records a brief observation, you will see, of Mr. Rodriguez inside his vehicle. Mr. Mills basically tells Mr. Rodriguez, hey, you want to talk all this stuff to my face? Get out the car and come talk to me like a man. At that time, Mr. Mills proceeds around the back of the vehicle because at this time, Britney has called the police. She felt uncomfortable at this time due to the defendant's actions and the way that he was acting. She was confused for two reasons. First of all, this is the first time that she had come into contact with Mr. Rodriguez that day. So for him to be acting that way was strange to her. Second of all, the evidence will show in this case that Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Mills were basically neighbors. Mr. Mills lived in apartment number 721 upstairs, and the defendant, Mr. Rodriguez, lived in apartment 711 directly downstairs. Britney will tell you that they had had cordial conversations in the past, being neighbors. So again, this confused her as to why Mr. Rodriguez was acting this way. So she called 911 based upon what was going on, and you will hear that 911 call where she describes in real time what's going on. As a matter of fact, during this call that you will hear, you'll be able to hear some background voices. Mr. Rodriguez, the defendant, and Mr. Mills, the victim. Now, you can't hear very clearly, so you have to listen very carefully. But at some point in that call, you will hear Mr. Mills say, "Oh, he's got a knife," in a very surprised voice. What preceded this is while Britney was on the phone with 911, she will tell you that Mr. Mills did in fact challenge the defendant, Mr. Rodriguez, to a fight. She will tell you that Mr. Mills, and you'll see on some video and in some diagrams, there's a grassy area right on the other side of this parking lot. Mr. Mills proceeds to the grassy area, basically empties his pockets, takes out his keys and his cell phone, and lays them on the ground. You'll see those at some crime scene photographs later on in this trial. Mr. Rodriguez at that time proceeds out of his vehicle to the grassy area, but little did Mr. Mills know that Mr. Rodriguez had armed himself with a knife at that time. There's a physical confrontation. On the 911 call, you hear, again, Mr. Mills say, "Oh, he's got a knife." Seconds later, you hear a moan, a grunt. That's the point in time that the defendant has stabbed Mr. Mills. One time in the chest, all the way through the heart. You hear testimony that it was an injury that he would not survive. Officers responded from the scene from Carrollton Police Department. They tried to give life-saving treatment to Mr. Mills. He was transported to the hospital, and unfortunately, shortly thereafter, he was pronounced deceased. Due to Mr. Mills' cell phone video, which you will see, as well as based upon information that Ms. Bass was able to provide to the police detectives, investigators were able to quickly identify the defendant. You will hear from Detective Chevalier, who will tell you that he reached out to the defendant, and the defendant agreed to come in and give a statement. They gave a statement about what took place on that night, and you hear that statement. He basically claimed self-defense. He will tell you that when he went over to that field, Mr. Mills threw a swing at him. At that point in time, he feared for his life. He presented the knife, and he got the slashing. He admitted that he stabbed Mr. Mills, but again, he will claim self-defense. As you guys probably gathered from voir dire yesterday, self-defense is going to be the main issue in this case. It's not a whodunit. We know that the defendant, Gerardo Rodriguez, stabbed Mr. Mills which caused his death. So as you listen to the evidence in this case, I ask that you will pay very close attention to the detail in this case. As you learned in voir dire yesterday, in order for somebody to claim self-defense here in the state of Texas, they have to reasonably believe that deadly force is immediately necessary to protect against the other's use of unlawful deadly force. That is not present in this case, ladies and gentlemen. And at the end of the evidence in this trial, I'll stand before you once again and ask that you find this defendant guilty of murder, because self-defense does not apply.
Thank you, counsel. Does the defense wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Opposing counsel. Judge, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. When does it become reasonable? The big question in this case, first, is when does it become reasonable to doubt the state's case? But more importantly, within that question, is when does it become reasonable to perceive a threat? When does it become reasonable to be afraid? And when does it become reasonable to protect yourself? On August 31st, 2023, Jerry was coming home from getting some fast food. He pulled back into the apartment complex where he lived. And opposing counsel is correct, there's a surveillance video to support this. He pulls around Mrs. Bass's parked car on the wrong side of the road. It's blocking a couple parking spots. These are not assigned parking spots. He does not pay for this parking spot. It's just where he normally parks. And when he pulls in front of Mrs. Britney's vehicle, he's seeing if he can fit in, right? So you've got, it's not late at night, it's about 10 o'clock, like 9 to 10 o'clock, but it's dark, and the parking lot is fairly full. And so he pulls up and sees to see if he can get in front of her vehicle to pull into his spot. He sees that he cannot make it, he doesn't want to force the issue, puts his car in park, gets out of his vehicle, walks over to Miss Bass's vehicle, where she's sitting in the driver's seat, and the decedent, Mr. Mills, is sitting in the passenger seat. There is conflicting evidence that you'll have to sort out on what the nature of that conversation was. But Britney, Miss Bass, and Jerry have a conversation about the parking spot and who needs to move or whatever. I believe the evidence will show that they both thought it was fairly unremarkable. But Mr. Mills was not okay with it. And Miss Bass will testify that it was Mr. Mills who initiated the argument with Mr. Rodriguez. The details are important here. I want you to pay close attention to that surveillance video. Jerry is not aggressive when he walks over to the vehicle. He's not aggressive when he leaves the vehicle. He walks over, asks him to clear out so he can pull in. Mr. Mills says something to him, he doesn't like that, so he goes back to his vehicle. This is all on surveillance. And then Mr. Mills gets out of the passenger seat because he's not done yet. He's not done with this conversation. And it's true, they were neighbors, but there will be evidence that Jerry did not recognize Britney or Michael that night. That he was confused about who these people were, why they were there, why they were parked there. He did not know what he was getting into. But the evidence will also show you that Michael knew exactly who he was dealing with. Michael recognized Jerry, and as the evidence will show, he decided that he was going to advance on Jerry and call him out and start this fight. So he gets out of his vehicle and he walks over to Jerry's car. More evidence that you'll have to sort through. There's some confusion about the exact timeline outside of that vehicle. But what is not disputed is that Jerry gets back in his vehicle and
I would prefer that you refer to him as Mr. Rodriguez or the defendant.
yes, Your Honor.
In order not to confuse
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Rodriguez gets back in his vehicle. The Instagram video that he referenced shows Mr. Rodriguez in reverse. Reverse lights are on, he's trying to leave, he's trying to figure out something else. He's just trying to get out of this situation. But Michael, Mr. Mills, while recording this Instagram video, goes behind, blocks him from reversing out, and then on an Instagram live stream starts reading off his license plate number to anybody who's watching. Mr. Mills then decides to turn off his live recording. But that's not the end of it either, because we have the 911 call. Ms. Bass calls 911. And actually, before I get to that, opposing counsel in their opening statements said this was a brief observation, and that I believe he said that he was basically calling my client out, Mr. Rodriguez, to be a man and get out and fight. And you'll see this, and I was debating on whether to read this in opening or not, because you're going to see this video, but given the representations in the state's opening statement, I'm going to read you exactly what Mr. Mills said on that Instagram video. Come here, bitch. You want to say all this shit to my face? But you want to get in your car now? Come step out and talk to me. Come on. Come on. Because you on some fuck nigga shit right now. I don't know who the hell this is. His license plate number, his dumbass, SBN 902, let me see, lame ass boy. That is not asking someone to step out and be a man. That is not non-confrontational. That's not a general observation and recording about the situation. And we have the 911 call. And I do ask that you pay close attention to that, because I think that may be the biggest piece of evidence in this case. When you need to determine credibility of witnesses, when you need to determine what happened, Ms. Bass starts the 911 call. Somewhere within that, we have the surveillance video. And then in the 911 call, you can hear Mr. Mills' Instagram recording. So you can create your own timeline and see how this is happening. But then Mr. Mills determines that he's going to stop recording. But we hear the rest of it on 911. And because we have that in evidence, I'm going to let you know what you can hear Mr. Mills saying on that 911 call. Go ahead, park. There's going to be a bit of cussing. Shut the fuck up, something, the car. Come on, come on, come on, let's go. And then Britney says, he's getting out of the car, Miss Bass says he's getting out of the car, referring to Mr. Rodriguez. Again, on the 911 call, Mr. Mills continues, come on, come on. I believe the only thing you can hear my client say on the 911 is when he finally decides to figure out what to do. Again, he does not recognize them. He doesn't know what he's getting into, even though they know exactly what they're doing with him. He's trying to figure out, how do I handle this situation? They've already blocked me from leaving. She's on 911. Law enforcement's supposed to be on its way. Am I supposed to leave when 911's been called, or do I have to stay now that 911's been called? Mr. Mills is acting the way that he's acting, and the recordings will speak for themselves. Jerry gets out of the car, and you hear on 911. And I ask you to listen to the tone and the content. Jerry says, I'm just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. That's Jerry's response to this. That's what we know is recorded and is indisputable. Now within all that, the fight starts. We believe the evidence will show that, again, Michael is preparing, Mr. Mills is preparing to fight. He takes his keys out, takes his wallet out, takes his phone out. He's got his fist up, ready to go. He's been calling this fight out, and he's there. So Mr. Rodriguez positions himself where he can see what's going on, and he brandishes a knife. Evidence will show that he brandished that knife because he's trying to keep distance. Now, Ms. Bass will testify about a lot of different stuff in her recollection of the events and who said what, and the credibility of that testimony is for you to determine, and I'll touch on that in a second. But she will also say that at the critical moment, when right as the stabbing is about to occur, her testimony will be that she looks away and doesn't see anything. On the 911 call, you'll hear Mr. Mills, he's got a knife. You'll hear Ms. Bass, he's got a knife. You'll hear a gap in time, and then you'll hear what appears and likely is the altercation that leads to the stabbing. Ms. Bass on the 911 call does not say that that Mr. Rodriguez is trying to start a fight. It doesn't say that Mr. Rodriguez is throwing punches. It essentially is a 911 call over a parking dispute. And she says that this is not some crazy threat that she's calling over a parking dispute. And then she lies to 911 and says, Mr. Rodriguez is drunk. Well, she'll also testify that when he was standing next to her window, she could not smell alcohol, that he did not have an unsteady gait, that there were no indications of alcohol whatsoever. And you'll also see that when he turns himself in to be interviewed with 2 detectives for a long time, that recording, no concerns about alcohol. That when EMS comes in to stitch up his injured hand, no concerns about alcohol. When they take his DNA later after he's turned himself in to face these charges, nothing about alcohol. Ms. Bass calls 911 on a parking dispute asking law enforcement to come out and take care of Mr. Rodriguez, and then embellishes what the reality of the situation is. And at the moment, the critical moment of whether Mr. Mills charged Mr. Rodriguez and threw a wild punch, at that moment, Ms. Bass's testimony will be that she looked away and saw nothing. The evidence will show, there will be testimony, that at that moment, Michael Mills, ready to go, fists up, charges our client after our client brandished the weapon to try and keep the distance. Mr. Mills, the evidence, the testimony will show that Mr. Mills throws a wild punch, and essentially, Mr. Rodriguez ducks and blindly throws his knife in the direction of Mr. Mills, who is now on him, who is close enough to receive a single puncture wound to the chest. Not slashing, not multiple stabs. They combine. He advances on Mr. Rodriguez. He attempts to assault Mr. Rodriguez. Mr. Rodriguez avoids that assault and responds with what he has. And part of the question that we started with, part of the question during voir dire is, when does it become reasonable? You know, is it the state's position that, or we all accept the idea that Mr. Mills needed to land that punch on our client before our client could defend himself? That Mr. Mills had to gain control or battle over the knife before our client was reasonable in protecting himself? At what point does it become reasonable? And as it was highlighted in voir dire, it happens in an instant. So you're going to have a lot of context and a lot of evidence to consider. But in that moment, in that instant, when Mr. Rodriguez, who's 5'5", 5'6", is being charged after all this other evidence that you'll hear, after all these provocations and threats, was it reasonable for him to believe that he needed to avoid that assault and protect himself? You'll hear evidence from law enforcement. Opposing counsel spoke on that a bit. But after this happens, Jerry leaves the scene. He doesn't know what to do. The evidence will show that he's having his own sort of trauma response. The evidence will show that he drives away, that he realizes that he has blood on his hand, that he looks down and he's terrified because he thinks that it's Mr. Mills' blood. But then he realizes that he has an injury, that his hand has been sliced open. And in that moment, he freaks out and throws the knife out the window. Not long after that, Law enforcement has identified Mr. Rodriguez. They reach out to him. You'll hear that the detective leaves a voicemail for Mr. Rodriguez. Hey, this looks like self-defense. Just need you to come in and clean this up. Just need to hear from you. Mr. Rodriguez voluntarily turns himself in.
2 more minutes, Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. He contacts his fiance. He goes and he checks on his dog. He drops his car off at his apartment and has her take him to the police station just in case they do arrest him. He voluntarily submits to the interview. He has not changed his clothes. He is still in the same clothes that he was in that fight. He submits himself to the authority of the state because he doesn't think he has anything to hide. He tells them what he recalls because he doesn't think he has anything to hide. And they end up arresting him for murder that night. And now he is before you, asking for you to determine, when is it reasonable to doubt the state's case? When is it reasonable to perceive a threat? When is it reasonable to be afraid or afraid for your life? And when is it reasonable to protect yourself? And we hope that at the conclusion of this jury trial, after the presentation of all the evidence, that you will decide or rule that Jerry or Mr. Rodriguez is not guilty of murder. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councilman. State, call your first witness. Do both sides invoke the rules?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Both sides are instructed to tell their witnesses to remain outside the courtroom unless they're testifying. And those testifying should not discuss their testimony with any other person or any other witness. Call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. State calls Charlotte Barnes.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Raise your right hand. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Barnes, how are you?
I'm okay.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for the court reporter, please?
I am Charlotte Barnes, CHARLOTTE, middle initial B, last name Barnes, BARNES.
Ms. Barnes, are you from the Dallas area, state of Texas?
I am not.
Okay, where are you from?
Wilmington, Delaware.
And do you know the deceased complainant in this case, Michael Mills?
I do.
How do you know Michael?
Michael Derek Mills was my younger cousin, but because I'm older, he referred to me as his aunt, as all members of my family does.
May I first witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Ms. Barnes is going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 1. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
Is that Michael while he was living?
That is Michael.
This time I'm going to offer State's Exhibit number 1, tender to counsel for objection.
No objection.
All right, State's Exhibit number 1 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish it to the jury.
You may.
Ms. Barnes, do you know the occasion of this photograph?
I do.
What was going on this particular day?
That was Michael's graduation from Delaware State University.
Were you present?
I was.
Where was Michael born and raised?
Michael was born and raised in Newcastle, Delaware, a suburb outside of Wilmington, Delaware.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about his family?
Sure. Michael came from a very close-knit family. Michael, one of 3 boys, the youngest of 3 boys. Michael was raised by his mother in concert with his father until his father was killed in a motorcycle accident.
You mentioned Michael's mom. Is she in court today?
She is.
What's her name?
Her name is Sonia Monique Lewis.
as well as some other family members and friends in the courtroom today as well.
Yes.
And can you tell us about Michael's education? You mentioned that he graduated from college, is that correct?
That is correct.
Tell the jury a little about his education.
Michael graduated from William Penn High School. After he graduated from William Penn High School, he pursued a degree at Delaware State University. Michael had interest in a career in law enforcement. Michael was planning to attend law school. Michael took a job with Bank of America while he was preparing to go to law school.
And do you know how old Michael was at the time of his death?
Yes, Michael was 25 years old. Michael was 25 years old.
Thank you. Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Defense.
Brief cross, Your Honor. It's Ms. Barnes?
Yes.
I guess I want to begin with, although I believe very strongly in what we're doing here today, I am very sorry for your loss. And I understand it's been hard on y'all, and I wanted to acknowledge that.
Thank you.
Now, this photo of Mr. Mills, that was from his college graduation.
That is correct.
Did he also play, was he in athletics in college?
No,
He did not play track in college?
he ran track one semester, I'm sorry.
At college?
Yes, one college, yes,
Okay, so he was on the college track team.
as a walk-on.
Why did he move to Dallas from Delaware?
To take a job to be relocated to Texas to work at Bank of America.
Was he working at Bank of America at the time of the incident?
Yes,
Why was he leaving to go back to Delaware?
I don't know the answer to that question.
No further questions, Your Honor.
State.
State has no further questions of his witness, Your Honor.
All right, may this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's my understanding, with regard to the rule, that the defense will allow Ms. Barnes to stay inside the courtroom for testimony.
Yes, Your
All
Honor.
right, okay.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Britney Bass.
Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Britney. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for the court reporter.
My name is Britney Bass, Brittany, Bass.
And Britney, if you don't mind me asking, how old are you?
30.
And do you work for a living?
Yes,
What do you do for work?
I work in HR,
Okay, you work for a particular company?
over Amazon,
And how long have you been doing that?
6 years.
Brittany, are you from the Dallas area
No,
originally? Okay, where are you from?
Cleveland, Ohio.
And so you traveled here from Cleveland to testify in trial today, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. Do you know the victim in this case, Michael Mills?
yes.
How do you know Michael?
I met him here when I lived in Dallas.
So at some point you were living in the Dallas area?
Yes.
Do you recall when you moved to Dallas?
October of 2022.
And how was it that you came to know Michael?
We met through a dating app.
Okay. You remember the name of the app?
Yeah.
Okay. And obviously you had a chance to talk and to meet. Tell us a little about that relationship.
Initially we met in April through the app, but we're more like just friends, friendly. We kind of like officially met in person at the beginning of June and just had like a really good friendship. We dated for a few weeks. It didn't work out. We were still friends.
Okay. And when you said April, is that 2023?
Yes.
Okay. So you talked for a little while and then you actually finally met in person in June, is that correct?
Yes.
Of 2023?
Mm-hmm.
Dated for a little while, determined just best to be friends at that point?
Yes.
Okay, but you remain friends, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so let me take you back to the date of August 31st, 2023. Were you with Michael at some point on that day?
Yes.
Okay. Did you work that day? Do you recall you working at the time?
I was.
At the same place, Amazon?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what time your shift ended that particular day?
That day around 6-ish, 6 p.m.
Okay. And so how was it that you came into contact with Michael that day?
We were talking most of the day. He was prepping to move back home to Delaware, so we were trying to kind of figure out what he would like the car and how he was going to get a rental and things like that. So we planned for me to go and follow him in his car to take his rental to see him.
Okay. And you had mentioned that he was planning to move back to Delaware, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you know the reason why he was planning to move back?
I'm homesick.
You know if all of his family was up there in Delaware?
I'm aware of most of them. Most of the family.
And so you indicated that y'all were going to take his car somewhere. Where did y'all intend to take it?
We took it to CarMax.
Do you remember which location?
Should be one in Plano.
Okay. And how did you all get out to CarMax? Did you ride together? Did you ride separately? How did that work?
He drove in his car, I drove mine.
Okay. And were you able to make it to CarMax?
Yes.
What happened when you all got to CarMax?
We got there, I stayed in my car and he went in. He wanted to sell cars. So we had to go in and kind of talk to the people there, but he wasn't able to.
Okay. What happened? Do you know what happened? Like you wasn't able to talk to him?
The car was in his mom's name, so we had done like the power of attorney process, so they would have had to done that for him to be able to do that.
Okay. Did you go inside with Michael, or what were you doing while he was inside?
No, I stayed in the car, in my car.
Okay. You recall what you were doing at the time?
I was on the phone with a friend.
Okay. And what kind of car did you have at the time?
Kid sells us.
Okay. You still have that car today?
I do.
Okay. What color is it?
Orange.
All right. So Michael wasn't able to sell the vehicle. What happens at that point at CarMax?
He was given paperwork where they allowed him to leave the car in their lots until he figured out that process. So he went ahead and moved the car, left paper in the car, and then we headed back to the house, to his house.
Okay. And so you were driving at that time,
Yes.
and where was he?
He passed receipt of my car.
Okay. And where was he living at that time?
He was living in Carrollton.
Okay. House, apartment?
Apartment.
Okay. Do you call the name of the apartment complex?
The Hogan.
Okay. Wishing to approach the witness, Sean.
You may.
Then I'm going to show you a couple of exhibits. I'm going to show you what's been marked as state exhibit number 2, as well as state exhibit number 3. And these exhibits look familiar to you.
Yes.
What is state exhibit number 2?
This is the apartment complex where he lives.
And what is state exhibit number 3?
It's the same, but it's the area view of where he lived at.
Okay. This time, Your Honor, state's going to offer state exhibit number 2 and 3 tailored to counsel. Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
State exhibits 2 and 3 are admitted for all purposes. describe them for the record again?
Yes, State's Exhibit number 2 is going to be a diagram of the holding apartments located at 2500 Guerrero Drive, Carrollton, Texas, 75006. State's Exhibit number 3 is going to be a Google map, just an overhead map of the area containing the apartment complex and the surrounding area.
Thank you.
Permission to pose to the jury, Your Honor.
You may.
Britney, we're looking at State's Exhibit number 2 right here. This is the diagram we referred to of the holding apartments. I know it's kind of small. Are you able to see on the screen there?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what apartment that Mr. Mills lived in?
Yes, you say, in, sorry, in 721.
721.
Yes.
And if you can, show the jurors on the map. If you were to draw on that screen, you should be able to draw on it.
Mhm.
Just show us approximately where 721 is located in the complex.
It's not letting me go. What is here? It's not showing in the right area.
Okay, maybe you can stand up for me there. Can you stand up and show us on the screen?
A little short, but perfect. Thank you. It'll be there. Well, one in front, sorry.
Okay. And here, just an overhead of State's Exhibit number 3 is an overhead of the complex. We see to the left, for the record, President George Bush Turnpike Toll Road to the left on this particular Google map. Is that correct? You see on the left-hand side?
Yes.
The labels, okay. Just to orient the jury as to where the apartment is located. So had you been to Michael's apartment complex prior to that day?
Yes.
Okay. On a few or many occasions?
Like a nice amount.
I'm sorry?
A nice amount, so I mean,
Okay. And over what period of time do you recall that you visited Michael at the apartment complex?
June and July, and then twice in August.
All right, and at this time, Your Honor, the state's gonna offer State's Exhibits 4 and 5. State's Exhibit number 4 is going to be a copy of the apartment lease contract for Michael Mills. State's Exhibit number 5 is going to be a copy of the apartment lease contract for Mr. Gerardo Rodriguez. Both of these are accompanied by an affidavit, which are self-authenticating under Rule 902. They've been on file with the court at least 14 days prior to trial and have been tendered to defense previously in discovery.
Any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, I believe under 106, optional completeness, even with the business records affidavit, these are not a complete recording of the lease history, certainly with Mr. Mills. There's a body cam video that indicates there may be a missing notice to vacate for Mr. Mills.
You're not going to object to evidence, to
Sustained.
facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
We would object them.
This is a copy of the lease contract.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Is that what it is?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you have an objection to that contract?
That under 106, it's not a complete representation of the contract.
Are there other pages to the contract?
Judge, this is the information that was provided to the state by the apartment complex. It's 6 pages each of each document.
And so what's the other documentation that you say is missing from the contract?
Would you like us to approach?
Yes.
Go ahead.
approach the witness one more time, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you, just briefly. Brittany, I'm gonna show you what the mark that states exhibits number 6 and 7. Do these photographs look familiar to you?
Yes.
What is state exhibit number 6?
It shows the apartment complex where it is.
Okay, these show specific units, 721 and 711.
Yes.
Okay, and number 7, is that just a closer view of that same photograph?
It is.
It's time the state offers state exhibits number 6 and 7, tender into counsel for any objection.
Thank you.
No objections, Your Honor.
State exhibits 6 and 7 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish to jury, Your Honor?
You may.
Thank you. So once again, Brittany, just to orient the jury, we're looking at state exhibit number 6. So for the record, I placed an X on unit number 721, is that correct, Brittany?
Yes.
And then 711 is at the bottom, directly up under unit number 721, is that correct?
Yes.
And for the jury's information, 721 on the top would have been where Michael lived at the time, is that correct?
Yes.
And 711 there on the bottom is going to be where the defendant, Mr. Rodriguez, lived, is that correct?
Yes.
State exhibit number 7, again, just a closer view so we can see the actual door numbers, 721 on top and 711 directly on the bottom, is that correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you. Do you recall approximately what time you linked up with Michael that day? You said it was after work, correct? Do you remember approximately what time that was?
I do not, but we have some time after 6:30.
Okay. And so you guys make it back to the apartment complex from CarMax. Do you know approximately what time that was?
I do not.
Okay. Okay, and so what happens when you pull back up to the apartment complex?
Once we get back, we park and go inside the apartment.
Okay, just so the jury's clear, this would have been the first time, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, but you had to make another trip back out there because Michael forgot the paperwork?
Yes, he realized that he actually left the power of attorney paperwork in the car instead of leaving the document that allowed him to leave the car parked in the CarMax parking lot. So we had to go back and switch the document.
Okay, so let's talk about the second time you came back to the apartment complex. What happens when you get back to the apartment complex the second time?
The second time I'm driving, I pull back and I see there are 2 parking spots. So I plan to back into one of them, but I see a car coming down beside me. So I kind of pause in front of the parking spots to allow the car to pass. So the car never passed.
Did you initially recognize the vehicle when you first saw it?
I did.
Okay, you recall what kind of vehicle it was?
Nose red at the time, I thought it was an Acura.
Okay, so what happens when this car pulls up?
The car pulls up in front of my car diagonally, kind of cuts me off, and then the driver gets out and comes to my driver's side window.
And when you say the vehicle pulls in front of you diagonally, if you wanted to go forward, could you move forward at that time?
No.
And you said a person got out of the vehicle, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you recognize this person?
Yes.
Who was that person?
It was a neighbor. The downstairs neighbor.
Was it the defendant in this case, Gerardo Rodriguez?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rodriguez in court today?
Yeah.
Can you describe what he's wearing as far as an article of clothing for the record?
A blue button-up shirt.
If I'm in seat number 1, my co-counsel's in seat number 2, all the way down the line, what seat would he be seated in?
5.
May the record reflect this witness as identified the defendant in open court?
The record will so reflect.
So what happens when Mr. Rodriguez gets out of the vehicle, his vehicle?
When he gets out, he approaches the car, approaches my window. Initially, he asks something along the lines of, you're blocking 2 parking spots, move your car. And then kind of begins, move your fucking car, you're blocking 2 parking spots, and it kind of went on from there.
How would you describe his demeanor at that point?
It escalated quickly. He was angry.
And you mentioned some swear words he was using as well?
Yes.
Did you respond to him at all?
Oh, no, I was quiet. I was confused.
Okay, why were you confused?
I was confused at why he pulled in front of me, blocked my car in, and then came to my window because of my parking spot. So I didn't know what was going on.
Did you or Michael say anything to him prior to him cussing at you guys?
No.
Had you come into contact with the defendant prior to August 31st, 2023?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
At least twice that I recall.
Can you describe those occasions that you came into contact with the defendant prior to this particular date?
I remember the initial time we kind of met at, like, near the apartments where they live. I had just adopted a dog, and he was walking a dog that looked similar. So Mike and I kind of stopped and was asking about the dog and what the breed was and the weight and things like that.
Okay. How would you describe that conversation with the defendant at that time?
I thought it was cordial, just talking about dogs.
Was there any kind of argument, any problems between either yourself or the defendant or Michael and the defendant at that time?
No.
Okay. And you referred to another occasion? Well, let me ask you, do you remember approximately when that occasion was when you and Michael came into contact with the defendant?
It would have been on or after July 15th. So I adopted the dog on the 15th of July.
Okay. And it sounded like you made reference to another occasion that you came into contact with the defendant?
Yes, that time I was by myself, and it was kind of similar, still talking about dogs. He was walking his dog, and he had an additional one. So I was kind of inquiring. He had another dog, and he let me know that he was dog sitting for someone, but that was like the extent of that conversation.
And how would you describe the tenor of that interaction? Cordial as another one?
That was cordial.
Any problems between you and the defendant at that time?
No.
Okay. Approximately when was that in relation to the other occasion with you and Michael and the defendant?
I can't recall, but that still would have been sometime in July. I don't remember the exact date.
So going back to August 31st, 2023, when the defendant approached your vehicle, did you, I don't know if I asked this question, did you say anything to him prior to him cussing at you?
No.
Okay. Did Michael say anything to the defendant prior to that?
Prior to him, no.
Yes. Did Michael respond to him at all while the defendant was at your side?
I can't recall.
At this time, Your Honor, pursuant to a stipulation, the state's going to offer State's Number 8. This is going to be Department Video 083123. Turn it to counsel.
No, that's, yes, sir. No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit number 8 is admitted for all purposes. Would you describe that again, counsel?
Yes, Your Honor, this is State's Exhibit 8. This is going to be an apartment video. The name of the file is Apartment Video 083123. It's actually going to be a security video from apartment number 628 from another resident at the apartment complex.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Permission to publish?
Yes.
Your Honor, may we dim the lights in the gallery a little bit, because it's a surveillance video.
Okay, when do you want to play the video? Okay.
Is it okay if I play it now, Judge?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
How long is it?
It's 15 seconds, very quick.
Thank you, Judge.
So Brittany, just so we can kind of give the jury an idea of what we're looking at, if you can see my cursor to the left of the screen, is this going to be your vehicle?
Yes.
If we look at the date and time stamp at the top, we've got August 31st, 2023 for the date, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, this time stamp says 9:23:59 p.m., but this would have been incorrect. based on evidence we present later in the trial, this would have been approximately closer to 10:30. Is that your recollection?
Objection to counsel testifying, Your Honor.
Overruled.
You recall approximately what time this took place? I mean, you made a 911 call around that time as well, right?
I did.
Do you recall approximately what time that was?
I do not recall.
Okay, that's okay. So for the record, I'll go ahead and start the video from 000. For the record, no audio on this video. Again, this is your vehicle, Brittany, is that correct, where my cursor is?
Yes.
This vehicle pulling in, is this gonna be the defendant?
Yes.
For the record, we see the defendant's park lights come on. The defendant exits his vehicle and proceeds to your door side, to your window, is that correct?
Yes.
And is this at the time where he's cussing at you?
Yes, it is.
So we see the defendant re-enter his vehicle, and at the tail end, if I can pause it. For the record, I misspoke. Your Honor, I said 15 seconds. This video actually is approximately 45 seconds. I apologize for the misstatement.
Yes, sir.
So we'll watch it once again. We see your vehicle pull up. We see the defendant pretty much within seconds pull around your vehicle, veer over and block your vehicle, correct?
Yes.
So let me just point out something. We see two vehicles in these parking spots here by this big white bin. You see that?
Yes.
Your vehicle is parked, well, not parked, but you're stopped in front of two parking spots here, is that correct?
Yes.
If you don't remember, that's okay, but does it appear that there's any way for Mr. Rodriguez to park in one of these two spots that you're in front of?
No.
For the record, I'm gonna stop the video at 44 seconds. We see that Mr. Rodriguez has gone back to his vehicle, and at the tail end of this video, we can see your passenger door open. Is that when Mr. Mills exits the vehicle?
Yes.
We're done with that exhibit, Judge. Thank you. So what happens when Michael gets out of your vehicle at that time, the last moment that we see on the video?
At that time, when he gets out the car, he heads towards where, the defendant is.
Okay. And were you still inside your vehicle at that point?
Yes.
Are you able to observe what's going on at that time?
Yes.
Tell the jury what's happening at that point.
At the point, by then, the defendant had already kind of reached into his car, but they got back out of it, and him and Mike were kind of like talking, and Mike was just kind of
Can
like
you,
telling
can
me,
you pull the microphone?
sorry.
Yeah. Go on.
And if you can slow down just a little bit.
So when Mike approaches that direction, the defendant is already kind of like reaching back, like reaching to his car, so he's reaching back out of it, coming back out of the vehicle. Him and Mike are kind of like face to face, and Mike is telling him like, you know, it's me you're talking to.
And so when you say the defendant reached inside his vehicle, could you see if he obtained anything? Did he grab anything from the vehicle that you saw?
I couldn't see.
And so at this time, is the defendant outside his vehicle?
Yes.
And Mike was outside his vehicle at that time too, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you recall how closely they were during this interaction?
They weren't extremely close, but like there wasn't too much distance between them, just like a conversation.
Okay. Was there anything physical going on, a physical confrontation at that time?
No.
Okay. You had mentioned, Michael said something along the lines of, this is me you're talking to, or something like that? Is that what you
Yeah.
said? What did that mean to you when you heard that? What was going on?
When I heard that, I just took it as my gun, let him know, like, I'm not a stranger, this is like me you're talking to, like, calm down.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
And based upon your initial interaction with the defendant that day when he came to your driver's side, as well as the interaction that you're describing now between the defendant and Michael, did it appear that the defendant recognized you or Michael?
No.
Why not?
I would call him saying, like, do you even
Objection,
live?
speculation.
Overruled. Go ahead.
I would call him asking me, like, yelling towards me, do you even live here?
Okay, so you're going on to describe this interaction between Michael and the defendant. At some point, Michael says, this is me you're talking to. What happens at that time?
I don't recall specifically, but I know there were a few cars that did drive past during the time frame.
Okay, and was there a particular car that passed that did something with another car at some point happen?
Yes, there was a white van that passed, and the van actually stopped, and they were on the window, and they kind of asked, like, what's going on, is there a problem?
Okay, and what was the response from any of you?
The defendant said there is no problem. Mike said that there is, that the guy would move his car, and then at that time, I actually opened my door and kind of like stood up on the foot stand on the side of the car. I don't know what's called it, but I stood up, kind of yelled over the car that there is a problem, like he won't move his car.
Okay. And what happens at that point?
At that point, I say it's okay, I'm just calling the police. So I called 911.
Okay, and why did you decide to call 911 at that particular point?
I feel like at that point, if we have witnesses that are stopping and talking and this is still ongoing, I'll just call police and get help.
Now, at some point, did you realize that Michael began to record something on his cell phone?
When I was on the call with police, I did see that he was recording.
At this time, Your Honor, State's going to offer State Exhibit number 9. This is going to be Michael Mills' Instagram cell phone video. This is pursuant to a stipulation between the state and the defense as well. Intended to counsel.
No objections, Your Honor.
Case Exhibit 9 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to post, Your Honor?
You may.
Your Honor, again, maybe dim the lights.
Yes.
My vision is going at my page.
I said, all this type of shit to my face, you wanna get in the car now, come on.
I'm going to start it over just so we can hit the beginning. For the record, this particular video is 14 seconds. Brittany, the image that we see on the screen now, is this Michael?
Yes.
Okay.
This shit to my now, bro, come here, bitch. You wanna say all this type of shit to my face, you wanna get in the car now, come step out and talk to me then, come on. Come on, cause you on some fuck nigga shit right now, I don't know what the hell. His license plate, let me see. His dumb ass SBN9072, lame ass boy.
For the record, I'm going to forward the video to stop it at 4 seconds. Just for the record, Brittany, is this the defendant, in this case, Gerardo Rodriguez, that we see on the screen right now?
Yes, it is.
Okay, and this is the vehicle that you recall him driving that night?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. So Brittany, we see there at the end of the video that Michael goes around to the back of the defendant's vehicle and begins to announce the license plate.
Yes.
Why is he doing that?
I was on the phone with the police and I asked them to give me the plates for them.
Okay, so you asked Michael to give you the license plate number.
Yes.
Okay. And just for the timeline purposes for the jury, this particular video that we just watched, this would have been after the security video where we see your vehicles pull up, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any music coming from the defendant's vehicle at that time?
I don't recall.
And so in relation to the conversation you previously described between Michael and the defendant when the defendant is outside the vehicle, is that before or after the video we just watched, Michael's Instagram video?
Here, yeah.
Yeah, so you had described for the jury the interaction between Michael and the defendant where Michael was saying, hey, this is me, and then it escalates from there.
Yes.
Was that before or after this video?
That was before, so the video came after that.
All right, so again, you described that exchange between Michael and the defendant. Was it calm conversation, quiet conversation? How would you describe the conversation between the defendant and Michael prior to the video we just watched?
I would say it was like yelling on both sides.
So both parties were yelling at each other?
Yeah.
Could you hear anything that was being said at that time?
Outside of the thing that I already said that Mike said that, you know, like, it's me you're talking to. I do recall the defendant saying, yes, I was.
And do you know what that was referring to?
I assumed that Mike asked him, was he drinking?
Okay, and what was the defendant's response?
Yes.
So I'm going back in time, but at the point where the defendant initially came up to your window that we saw in the security video, do you remember him making any statements when he walked away from your vehicle?
Yes, when he was heading back to his vehicle, he said, you want to find out?
He said, you want to find out?
Yes.
What did that mean to you?
I took it as a threat.
What do you mean by that? Why did you take that as a threat?
With the way that he was cussing about a parking spot and saying like he wanted to find out and going back to his vehicle, I figured he was going to get a weapon.
All right, so fast forwarding back to the conversation between Michael and the defendant gets inside his vehicle at some point, as we see in the video. What happens at that point, after the video cuts off?
Once the video cuts off, that's when Mike heads towards the grass. They were gonna fight, and then at some point, the defendant got his vehicle as well and went towards the grass.
And when you say that they were going to fight, what gave you the idea that the defendant and Mike were going to fight?
It was a statement that Mike made.
What did Michael say?
I don't know specifically.
But in essence, you understood that to mean that Michael wanted to fight the defendant?
Yeah.
And so you testified that Michael went over to a grassy area, is that right?
Correct.
And what did Michael do when he got over to the grassy area?
He put his keys in his phone now.
Did you see where he put them?
In the grass, what it was like near the grain truck that was over there.
Okay. And do you recall, so you were still on the phone with 911 at this point?
Yeah.
Okay. Could you tell what the defendant was doing when Michael went over to the grass and put his keys and his phone down in the grass?
So before like Mike headed to the grass, the defendant was like backing up, as you can like see in the video, he was trying to hit my vehicle.
Did he make contact with your vehicle?
I don't think he did.
And what did he do after that? Referring to the defendant, I'm sorry. What did the defendant do after that, after he was trying to hit your vehicle?
At some point after we got out of the car.
And what did he do when he got out of the car?
Headed towards where Michael was.
Okay. So at this point, if I understand your testimony correctly, Michael had challenged the defendant to a fight, correct? Michael walks over to the grassy area, correct?
Yes.
And sometime later, the defendant gets out of his vehicle and heads to the grassy area as well after Michael has challenged him to a fight.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Correct.
Did Michael force the defendant out of his vehicle?
No.
Did he physically remove the defendant from his vehicle?
No.
Did it appear to you that Mr. Rodriguez voluntarily and willingly exited his vehicle and went over to the grassy area where Michael was located?
He did.
Did you hear Michael making any threats toward the defendant at that time?
No.
Okay, so the defendant goes over to the grassy area. Take us from there. What happens at that point?
From then, I did see the defendant, look like he tried to throw like 2 punches, but Mike kind of ducked it and moved out the way with those. And then not far after that, I heard Mike say like, oh shit, he has a knife.
So let me just back up one step. Did you actually see the defendant exit his vehicle and walk over to the grassy area?
I wasn't paying attention.
Okay. But at any point, did you see the defendant brandishing or showing Michael a knife?
No.
Okay. When the defendant got over to the grassy area where Mike was located, did you see a knife in the defendant's hands or at any point?
No.
You indicated that the defendant, did you say throw? I don't want to mischaracterize what you said. What did the defendant do towards Michael?
At the time I assumed he was like trying to punch him, so like he threw 2 punches.
Could you see anything in the defendant's hands at that point?
No.
And so it's your testimony that sometime after that, you heard Michael say he's got a knife?
Yes.
Did you realize at that point, up to that point, that the defendant had a knife?
No.
Were you looking in that direction when Michael said, oh, he's got a knife?
Yes.
And what did you see?
I just seen like Mike with his, like his hands up kind of like that.
For the record, you had put your hands up in the air.
Mm.
Do you
You
recall
have
whether,
to say yes or no.
Sorry.
For the court reporter.
Yes.
just describe for the record, you had both hands up in the air. Do you recall whether or not Michael's hands were open, closed?
That I can't recall.
Okay. But do you recall seeing anything in Michael's hands?
No.
Okay, and so Michael says, oh, he's got a knife, and then what happens at that point? Well, let me ask you this. When Michael made that statement, did he sound surprised? What was his tone of voice?
It sounded like surprise shock.
And so what's the next thing that happens at that point, after Michael says, oh, he's got a knife?
I'm still on phone 911, so I kind of like repeated back to them that I defendant at the knife. And then honestly, the next thing I recall was like Mike on the ground.
So at this point, when you're observing this, you're on the phone with 911, are you inside your vehicle or outside your vehicle at that time?
Outside.
And prior to Michael saying he's got a knife, were you paying attention to everything that was going on at the field at that time?
Not specifically.
Why not? What were you doing at that time when you weren't paying 100% attention to what was going on in the field?
I couldn't hear like the 911 operator, so I was trying to like talk to her, so I was trying to like close my eyes so I could kind of hear her better, because it was really hard to hear, like it was very low, I couldn't hear them.
So you mentioned at the time that you looked over, that you didn't see anything in Michael's hands. At any point that day that y'all were together for several hours, did you observe Michael with any kind of weapons?
No.
At what point did you realize that Michael had been stabbed?
When I looked back over and he was like on the ground, so I kind of figured he was stabbed.
What did you do at that time?
At the time, the defendant was kind of still over that way, so I waited for him to turn around and walk back past the car, so I can head over to Michael.
Okay. Did the defendant say anything to either you or Michael after you realized that Michael was stabbed?
I don't know if he spoke to Mike, but he didn't say anything to me.
How were you feeling at that time when you realized that Michael had been stabbed?
Terrified and shocked.
Were you scared?
Yeah.
Why?
Because it escalated out of nowhere, and the defendant had to kind of walk past where I was to get back to his vehicle. I was kind of scared that I would be next.
So were you afraid for your safety at that time?
Yes.
Did you actually see the defendant enter his vehicle after that and leave?
I wasn't paying attention. Once he kind of passed the front of my car, I went over to Mike.
Okay. And what'd you do at that time?
At the time, Mike had stood back up and was trying to walk, so I convinced him to kind of lay back down, and when we laid down, we were putting pressure on the area.
Was Michael able to talk to you at all?
Slightly.
Do you recall him saying anything?
Yeah, he was confused. He said he couldn't breathe. And like he said, I don't know what's going on.
So you say you tried to walk for a little bit, but you told him to lay down.
Yeah.
What happened then?
So like I said, that's when he laid down, we were putting pressure. The pressure on the area where he was stabbed at. You want the full details of it?
Yeah, tell us, were you able to check and see where the injury was located on Michael?
I never lifted the shirt up. I just felt like the pressure of the blood shooting out, so I was kind of just pushing down on the area.
This time around, the state's going to offer State's Exhibit number 10, which is going to be Britney's 911 call. Again, pursuant to a stipulation between the state and the defense, will tender to defense.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, so Exhibit 10 is for roll purposes.
Commissioner Post to the jury.
You may.
Thank you. And for the record, the 911 call is going to be 6 minutes and 22 seconds.
Britney as a Holden. I'm sorry, the person. What's the license number? I'm sorry. He won't park my car. He's been threatening me. He's driving. I can't park my car. Yeah. What? He's about to hit my car. And he's about to hit my car. I'm here. I'm at the holding. I'm at the holding. He's trying to hit my car. He's drunk and he's really caught in the back. He's trying to hit his car. With his car. He's trying to hit me with his car. He's threatening me. He got out of his car. He's getting out of his car. I'm trying to figure out what's going on there. Hello. Are you going to help? Yes, ma'am. Can you hear me? Thank you. I'm not really able to hear you. You know, and he has a knife. He's trying. Oh my God. wait. Can you please do that, right? Can you come back? Yes. Oh my fucking God. Now, please, no. Lay down. It's okay. Michael, no, fucking God. No. Oh my fucking God. Ma'am. Ma'am. No. Oh my fucking God. They're please. They're on the way. Okay? They're on the way. Oh my God. Ma'am, are you with him? Yes. Oh my God. Wait. No. Oh my fucking God. Oh my God. I need you to talk to me, okay? And where did the guy go that stabbed him? Where did he go? He drove over where he was. And what kind of car did he have? I think it's a red Acura. Red Acura? Truck? It's a truck. It's a truck? I don't know. I think it's in his phone. Okay. I don't know. Okay. He went downstairs, opened the door, and he made it Hispanic. Michael was there at 250, 721. The man was under him. And what does he look like? Is he black, white, Hispanic, Asian? I think it's the same white thing, okay. Oh my God, short. How are you married? Help! No, Mike. No. Yeah. No. So what do you mean? I don't know. So what do you think about that you're talking to right? Michael Mills. Yes, sir. Okay, how old is he? 25. Okay. How's he doing? I'm sorry, I'm not here. What's her name? Okay, what's Michael's apartment number? Okay. Ma'am. You talking to an officer now? This is God. Okay. Possibly dropped off the complex. In the vehicle?
So Britney, just to give the jury a timeline of all this taking place, from the initial interaction with the defendant walks up to your vehicle to Michael's video, the Instagram video. Do you know approximately how much time was between those two events?
I don't know.
Okay. And then from Michael's video and to the point in time where we hear everything on the 911 call, you know approximately how much time between those two events?
I think I may have called like right when he was recording, like within that time frame.
And we can actually hear Michael's voice that we heard on the cell phone video in your 911 call, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. Can you give us an estimate about how much time when both parties, the defendant and Michael, are in the field up to the point in time when you realize, or you hear Michael say, oh, he's got a knife, approximately how much time that was? Can you give us any idea?
I don't know, but it wasn't long at all.
So at some point, the police respond, is that right?
Yes.
And they try to give him some life-saving treatment.
Yes.
Did you observe any of that?
A little, but I looked away.
Okay. So at any point, from your observations of the defendant that night, did it appear the defendant was afraid of Michael?
No.
Now, at some point, you were transported to the Carrollton Police Department to give a statement, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall them taking some photographs of you?
Yes.
The first to read, Sean?
You may.
Going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits 11, 12, and 13. Do you recognize these photographs?
Yes.
Are these of you?
They're me.
And are these a fair and accurate depiction of how you looked that night?
They are.
Have they been altered or changed in any way?
No.
It's time the State's going to offer State's Exhibits 11, 12, and 13. Members of council.
No objections, Your Honor.
This is it's 11, 12, and 13 were admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Your Honor. That's posed to the jury.
You may.
Brittany, were you injured at all that night?
No.
Were you bleeding at all?
No.
State's Exhibit number 11, is this you at the police department?
Yes.
And it's kind of difficult to see, but Judge, can we dim the lights for one moment?
Yes.
Thank you. You see you're holding out your hands. State's Exhibit number 12 is going to be a closer view of your hands. What do we see there on your hands?
Mike's blood.
It's Michael's blood. And State's Exhibit number 13 is just going to be the front side of your hands, your palm side. We see blood on those sides as well.
Yes.
So Brittany, thank you. In your 911 call, you told the dispatcher that the defendant was drunk. Why did you say that?
From hearing what Mike was saying, like, you know, like,
Is that referring back to the question? Remind us what the question was.
I don't recall the specific question, I just remember, the defendant answering his saying.
Objections, that's speculation. She said she didn't hear the question. She doesn't know the question, so how does she know that that's the answer to that question?
I believe this witness has testified to that earlier on in her testimony.
So she does understand that Mike asked that question?
I'll clarify for the record.
Yes, go ahead.
Brittany, you said you don't remember the exact, verbiage of the question, but do you recall what it referred to?
Yes, Mike asked him and he didn't drinking.
Okay, and the defense response was what?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and just to be clear, did you notice any signs of intoxication from the defendant that night, from your observations of him?
I figured something was off with him, like not recognizing us.
Okay, but as far as like slurred speech, unsteady balance, any kind of odor of alcohol, did you notice anything about the defendant as far as that's concerned?
No, I wasn't that close to him.
Okay, when he initially came up to your window, do you recall if your window was up or down at that time?
I wrote it down.
Okay, how close would you say that the defendant was to your vehicle at that time? Or to
Not
you?
close enough for like me to smell him or anything like that. So like he wasn't up on my car or anything.
Okay.
In other words, you're basing your comment to the 911 dispatcher based on the interaction between the defendant and Mr. Mills, is that right?
Yes.
This response to Mr. Mills' question?
Yes.
But you yourself never observed any smell of alcohol or any indication that he was intoxicated, is that what you're saying?
Correct.
Not a violation. Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Any other questions for this witness?
If I can have one moment to confer with counsel, just a couple questions and I'm almost done. So just to clarify for the record with regard to this question, as it pertains to the drinking, you had testified earlier that you did not hear the question. But it's your testimony that you actually heard the question had something along the lines of, have you been drinking? Can you clarify that for the jury? Did you actually hear the nature of the question?
I don't recall the specifics.
Okay. What do you recall about the question specifically?
Him asking something along the lines of that he'd been drinking, and then the actual response from the defendant.
Okay, so you heard Michael's question, and then you heard the defendant's response.
Yeah.
Okay. So earlier when you said that you didn't hear the question, can you clear that up for us? What did you mean by that? You didn't hear the question?
I don't recall the specifics of it, but I do recall Mike asking something like along the lines. I don't recall the specific question. I just remember the actual response from the defendant.
I just want to make sure we're being clear for the jury. Again, did you hear the question? Again, I know you're saying you don't remember the exact verbiage of the question, but it's your testimony that you heard something along the lines of, have you been drinking? Is that correct?
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Sean.
Ladies and gentlemen, would you like a short break before I allow the defense to cross-examine this witness? A short bathroom break? All right, let's be back at 11:15.
All right.
Bob Hughes, and I'm one of the attorneys that represents Mr. Rodriguez in this case. Before I get into cross-examination, I want to apologize in advance for any questions that I ask that may trigger something, because I know that this whole experience for everybody involved was very traumatic. So I want to apologize in advance for anything that I may say to upset you, but I do have to ask some questions, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. Before we get into some things, I just need clarification on the whole issue with the drinking part. Do you recall back in February 22 of 2024, you were interviewed by somebody at the district attorney's office, I believe the prosecutor, last year, sometime in February?
It was like a phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
Possibly, I know I've spoken to the prosecutor a few times.
And in that interview, we usually get notes from the prosecutors, and nowhere is it mentioned at all that you heard anything about drinking. Specifically, you stated personally that you didn't observe Mr. Rodriguez to be drinking at all that night. Is that correct?
I didn't observe him, yes.
And that you also did not observe him to be drunk either. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you. And you also went further in that interview to say that Michael did not tell you directly that Mr. Rodriguez was drunk. Is that right?
Yes.
And in that particular interview with the district attorney or the prosecutor assigned to the case at that time, you stated you assumed that Mr. Rodriguez was probably drunk based on the comment Michael made to Mr. Rodriguez while he was shouting at Mr. Rodriguez. Is that right?
From a comment Mike made, yes.
And so Mike was saying something along the lines, I believe I heard in the audio, is "You're drunk probably, you're drunk probably." Is that what happened?
Oh, I don't recall what was said in the audio.
Let's get into the timeline, okay? I'm not gonna replay the videos to trigger things. The jury is gonna have the ability to watch those videos on their own time as many times as they would like. I just wanna get the timeline correct. The first video is the surveillance video from the parking lot. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's the beginning of this whole incident.
Yes.
And in that video, we saw Mr. Rodriguez approach the driver's side of your Kia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in that video, I didn't see any flailing of arms or mannerisms like pointing at you or anything. So did that happen that night when he approached your car, Mr. Rodriguez?
I can't recall.
And I noticed on the 911 call, there was loud music when you first connected to dispatch. Was there music playing inside of your vehicle?
I don't recall.
Once the surveillance video gets towards the end, we see Mr. Rodriguez is already moved from your driver's side door to inside of his vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And once he gets inside of his vehicle, that's when Mr. Mills opens the passenger door of your Kia and exits. Is that correct?
He didn't get in his car, he reached into his car, but that's when Mike got out of my car, yes.
So Mike got out of your vehicle running his Instagram. Is it live, or what kind of video was that on Instagram that he was recording?
That was in his story, that wasn't at that time.
So when he got out of the vehicle that you and him were sitting in, your testimony is that he was not running his phone to record the altercation?
Yes. He was not.
So, on the surveillance video, your testimony today is that Mike approached the vehicle with Mr. Rodriguez, and at first he'd be calmly like, man, what's going on? We know each other. Why is this happening?
Mike approached where he was. He wasn't in his vehicle. The defendant had leaned in to the vehicle. He didn't get into the vehicle. That occurred after. There were things that happened between them.
So earlier when you said that when Mr. Mills got out of your vehicle, you said, I believe that's when he started recording. Is that incorrect now?
I don't recall saying that happened immediately at that time.
So what happened immediately after Mr. Rodriguez left your driver's side window?
That's when he went to his vehicle, leaned into the vehicle, and that's when I got out of my car and went towards where the defendant was.
So when did Mr. Rodriguez get back inside of his car?
That was after the white van was there. He was like the guy we were talking to. When I said I was calling 911, it's when he got into his car, the defendant.
So the white van, earlier, I may have misunderstood you, so please clarify. When you called 911, that's when you said Mr. Mills exited your vehicle with the Instagram live or story going on.
He was already outside of the car.
When did the white van drive by?
I don't have like a specific time. But
Sorry for interrupting, continue.
I was gonna say Mike was already out of the car. The white van didn't drive past immediately after like that initial video.
So when, I thought you were on the 911 call when the van came by, is that not correct?
I called like when they were like pulling off,
Okay.
not when the van came by.
So on the 911 call, you say, what's his license plate, baby, I believe? Or what's his license plate, maybe, along those lines?
Yes.
And then that's when he starts reciting the license plate, which is the exact statement that's recorded on the Instagram story. Is that right?
Yes.
So your 911 call started at the same time the Instagram story called.
I would assume so. I don't know the specific when he started recording.
When you, let's kind of go back to like that day, okay? So, we're in Carrollton, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And earlier that evening, you were working and you were, where do you work? What location?
I work from home, so I was working in Farmers Branch where I live.
And you don't have to give me your address, but what part of the city do you live in?
Then when I lived there, it was on, I think like we were in Luna Road. I don't know if that helps, but
Yeah, Luna Road, is that off 635?
possibly, I'm not from here, I don't know.
Is Carrollton kind of a distance from the CarMax in Plano?
I would assume so. I don't recall.
About how long did it take you to get there the first time you went to CarMax with Mr. Mills?
Oh, I'm not sure.
And then, so you go to CarMax and he's attempting to sell his vehicle, is that correct?
Yes.
What was the reason for selling his vehicle?
Because he planned on getting a U-Haul to drive home with his belongings.
And was the vehicle in running condition and everything?
Enough to be able to get there, yes.
Enough to get to the CarMax, but there were issues with the car, is that right?
Yeah.
So after you go the first time to CarMax and y'all come back and realize that there's the wrong paperwork, what kind of reaction did you and him have about that?
No reaction, it's just we're gonna go back and put the papers in the car that's supposed to be there.
Okay. No frustration or anything like that?
No.
And so when y'all get back to CarMax, you make it in time. Did you make it in time to get to CarMax the second time?
We didn't need to speak to anyone, so I'll say we made it in time. He just went and unlocked the car and put the correct paper on the inside.
And then y'all drove back to the Holden Apartments.
We made some stops, but yeah.
What stops did y'all make?
We went to Whataburger and we went to a gas station that's by the apartment.
And at any point that evening or that day, was there any issue with Mr. Rodriguez and Mr. Mills?
Not that I'm aware of.
When y'all stopped at the gas station, what did y'all get at the gas station?
I stayed in the car. He went in and grabbed backwoods and like some mini wine.
Backwoods is, what is that?
Something that you like can use to smoke.
Like a cigar or something?
Yeah.
Okay. And then you said the mini wines?
Like the Sutter Home, it's like the mini wine
Okay.
bottles.
So had y'all been drinking earlier in that day?
No,
And how about smoking anything earlier in that day?
no, I don't smoke.
Does Mr. Mills smoke?
Yes.
What does he smoke?
Marijuana.
Anything else?
No.
Does he drink?
Socially.
And then, was he smoking that day?
I'm not sure. When I was with him, he wasn't smoking.
Did he make any statements to you about smoking that day or anything like that?
Not that I recall.
How often, so let's talk about, you and Mr. Mills met, you said in April of 2023, is that correct?
Yes.
And initially y'all met online,
Yes.
and then you said y'all actually met in person around June?
Yes.
Okay. So is June the first time you went over to the Holden Apartments?
Yes.
And during that short period of time from June to August 31st that you had visited the Holden Apartments, you said earlier you never had any issues with Mr. Rodriguez, is that correct?
Yes.
And during that time, at any point, did Mr. Mills say he ever had any issues with Mr. Rodriguez?
No.
And may I ask, what was the reason why the Instagram story started?
Oh, I don't know. I didn't record it, so I don't know why it was started.
When you were sitting next to Mr. Mills in the car, did he say anything about, I'm about to record this, or I'm about to get out and do this?
No, like I stated earlier, the recording occurred when he was already outside of the car. It was never a discussion that we had.
Were you recording anything at any point?
No.
What was the need for him to place this Instagram story for everybody to see?
I can't answer that. I don't know.
When you hung out with him during the period of time that y'all were dating, was he big with social media? Did he like recording things and
Yes.
posting? What kind of things did he normally record?
Object to relevance, Your Honor.
I'm curious, I'm trying to understand why that evening was the particular night where Instagram story was created. Or if this is a historical habit for the complaining witness.
The witness says that he's big on social media and he's posted on social media.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I believe she said he's posted on social media. He was big on social media. Is that right? Is that what you
Not to
said?
be on social media.
Okay. So the state's objection is sustained unless you have a particular post that you would like to talk about.
Well,
That's
that,
relevant.
you know Mr. Mills, I've never had the opportunity to meet him, but in regards to recording an incident that could be diffused, why do you think he chose to record that moment while he was raising his voice?
Object to ask the manager. She already said she doesn't know, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Let's get back, what brought you to Texas?
My best friend had moved down, so I would come and visit her maybe every other month. liked it, so I moved down as well.
And then, why did you like it?
The weather, the people, there were a lot of things to do compared to where I live, so.
And then, what did Mr. Mills think of Texas?
I think he enjoyed it, but I do know that he missed home.
And since you two were quite close during that period of time that y'all did meet and see each other face to face, did Mr. Mills ever explain why he had a notice to vacate from his apartment complex?
I'm gonna object to relevance.
Sustained.
Your Honor, I believe it's relevant to the history of both parties living at the apartments.
Lay some sort of foundation.
Were you ever assisting, because you were assisting Mr. Mills with the selling of his vehicle, right, by taking him to CarMax?
If you would call it assisting, I would just fall behind him, yeah.
And when y'all are hanging out and having discussion, did he ever explain any difficulties that he was having with his apartment complex?
I know he wanted to leave, he was trying to figure out a way to get back home.
And did he explain how long his lease was for?
I like it was for the year, but I really don't remember.
And where's this? Can I ask you where the lease agreements are? All right, so these lease agreements were admitted earlier, and did Mr. Mills ever tell you what brought him to Texas in the first place?
I don't remember, he may have.
You don't remember?
No.
What did y'all talk about when y'all hung out?
Whatever we discussed in that moment, like the show we're watching, music.
Okay, so at any point did he explain to you that there were any issues at the apartment complex that were causing him to have to leave early?
No, I didn't know there was a notice, I just know he wanted to go home.
And how long, are you familiar with how long Mr. Rodriguez lived at the apartment complex before Mr. Mills?
But we're seeing at least now.
But you know Mr. Rodriguez lived there before Mr. Mills did. Is that right?
Not aware, knew Mike, so I went over there before Mike, and at some point met the defendant. I don't know when he moved over there.
And have you talked to any other neighbors that were in the apartment complex besides Mr. Rodriguez when you would walk your dog?
We would say hi to a guy, but I don't know the man's name.
And would it be shocking that none of the neighbors around Mr. Mills' apartment ever saw you two or knew who you two were?
Judge, I'm gonna object to facts not in evidence.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
Maybe your question, I'm sorry.
Would it be shocking to know that the neighbors that were interviewed by police that evening were not sure of who you or Mr. Mills were?
It's hard to answer. It's not like we spoke to a lot of people. He worked from home. I would go over there and be in his house, so it's not like we were outside meeting people.
Got it. Thank you for that. Answers my question. Thank you. So when you call 911, you call and you discuss, you're saying it's a parking dispute when you call 911, and you're saying that Mr. Rodriguez attempted to hit your vehicle a number of times. Is that correct?
You said I said that a number of times?
That you stated that Mr. Rodriguez attempted to hit your vehicle a number of times.
He was trying to hit my car, yes.
And what made you think that he was trying to hit your car?
As he was backing up literally far, like close enough to my car to be able to hit it, and like looking back with the smirk, so I feel like he was trying trying to actually hit my vehicle.
So looking back with this smirk, I don't remember you telling that to the police at any point that night or any of the interviews, the 3 or 4 interviews that you had with different detectives at Carrollton since then. So today, like, you're adding some things like smirks, and he was like statements that he said but really didn't say. So what is the truth about what happened that night? What's on the videos or what you're telling us right now?
What I said.
So
I
what's
mean,
on
the video as well. It's actual physical evidence, so yeah.
It is. So on the 911 call, you were calm when you're calling 911. Do you recall that?
If you wanna call it calm, yeah.
You're not hysterical. I don't know you, so were you calm or hysterical during that call at first?
Initially I was not hysterical.
What would you call it?
In shock, confused.
What were you in shock about?
Everything that was going on over parking spots.
So you don't believe that Mr. Rodriguez was trying to, after realizing that he wasn't gonna get that spot, the handicap spot, when he was trying to possibly get away, Mr. Mills was recording him and going around the vehicle, is that correct? Because that's on the video.
Yeah, the video shows him recording.
And he's walking around Mr. Rodriguez's car, correct?
He walked to the back of it, yeah.
And Mr. Rodriguez wasn't able to move because a human being is standing behind his vehicle, is that right?
If that's what it looks like, yeah.
At no point Mr. Rodriguez hit your car that night, did he?
No.
Okay, so back to the 911 call. Your tone is kind of apathetic to me, actually, at the beginning of the 911 call. And you say this man was just threatening me. Is that right? You say he's threatening me, he's been threatening me, he's been drinking and is driving. That's what you said in the 911 call, correct?
Yes, I will say long call then, yeah.
But today you're saying you never smelled alcohol, you never saw him drinking, and you never heard him admit to drinking alcohol, except for what you think he answered to Mr. Mills's question that you don't believe you heard. Is that right?
Yes.
Then you say, again calmly to 911 to dispatch, that he is trying to hit me with this car. He threatened me and got out of his car and then got back in. That's what you described, and I believe that's what we saw in the first surveillance video, correct?
No, the person we see him leaning in, he didn't get back into the vehicle at that time.
In the Instagram video, Mr. Rodriguez is sitting inside of the driver's seat of his vehicle, is that right?
Yes.
And the Instagram video happens after the surveillance video and Mr. Mills gets out of your Kia and approaches Mr. Rodriguez's car, correct?
Not directly after, but sometime after, yes.
Sometime after is how long?
I don't recall the timing that day.
Could you tell me about how long all of this took place in your
Okay.
mind? You don't know?
Oh, I don't know.
On the 911 call, there's a lot of yelling that's going on. Can we agree to that?
Yes.
And most of the yelling is coming from Mr. Mills, is that correct?
If that's what it sounds like.
What does it sound like to you when you were there?
I honestly can't recall the. It's just more so me hearing the call playback when it comes to the yelling. I was trying to talk to dispatch and I couldn't hear them, so that was my focus.
So your focus wasn't on the altercation that was happening that you were calling dispatch about?
Well, obviously, yes, but also I couldn't hear them, so, trying to multitask and talk to them so they can hear me and we can have a conversation, but also seeing what's going on in front of me.
Could you have turned on maybe your radio too, when you called 911?
I don't recall if the radio was on or not, I already answered that earlier.
Also, you could have gotten a little bit closer to the guys while this was happening, correct?
I understand I could have, like, had the ability.
Yeah, did you get closer to see what was going on so you could tell 911?
No, I stayed on my car.
And they stayed right next to your car on the driver's side, is that correct? In the open spaces?
They were in the open space.
So your car was parked in front of the open spaces, is that right?
Yes,
And so you're standing at your car and the two gentlemen are standing next to you in the two open spaces, is that correct?
I wouldn't say next to me, but they are in the open spaces.
Thank you. And all of that's on the video that is already in evidence, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. At some point on the 911 call, Mr. Rodriguez's voice is heard saying, "I'm just trying to figure out, and excuse me, what the fuck is going on here?" At any point, did he scream threats to you or Mr. Mills?
The only thing that I'll say that I feel was threatening was you want to find out. I do recall that statement.
You want to find out was the statement you're saying was said by Mr. Rodriguez when he stepped away from your driver's side car the first time.
Yes.
And then you also specifically say, when we get to the unfortunate part of the stabbing incident, you hear Mr. Mills say he has a knife, and this is when Mr. Mills drops his items to fight. Is that correct?
No, he already put the items down when he went over into the grass.
So Mr. Mills approached a guy that was sitting inside of his car, telling him to come on and get out, and then started emptying his pockets to have an altercation.
I don't recall him in his pockets, but yeah.
Kicks off his slides to have an altercation.
I don't know if he kicked his shoes off.
So what did he do to prepare for this altercation?
I know he went over to the grass,
And then did what?
put his belongings down. So whatever was found over there, he put down in the grass.
Did he put it down? Did he throw it in the ground? Can you describe, because we're trying to understand that evening because we weren't there and it wasn't on video. So can you describe what it was like when he was throwing his stuff down?
I don't recall who placed it down.
Was he angry?
Yeah.
Was he yelling?
Yeah, he heard.
And he was saying to come on and let's fight, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Mills used to run track, is that right?
Yes.
He's 6 foot.
I don't recall his height.
Was he tall?
Taller than me.
What did it say on the dating app? Does it have his height on the dating app?
Probably, I don't recall.
Was he a built gentleman?
Yeah.
Okay, he's a fit athlete. Is that right?
Yes.
And Mr. Rodriguez, you have seen in person, standing up. Can we agree he's 5'5"?
If that's what you say, sure.
Is he smaller than Mr. Mills?
Yeah.
Is he smaller than you?
No.
How tall are you?
1.5.
And then afterwards, you didn't, you said that Mr. Rodriguez didn't say anything and that you didn't feel like he was gonna do anything to you. You explained that evening to the officers, correct?
I don't recall what was said that night, like in saying that.
So at the part when you heard Mr. Mills say he has a knife, you then say it as well, and then you specifically say, oh my God, he just stabbed him in the heart. Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I said on the call.
So how close were you to the two gentlemen when this happened?
I was still at my car door.
And they were standing, was it at the grassy area closer to the parking lot or further by the fence?
They started like in the area closer to the parking lot.
They started there, and then when did they start moving towards the fence?
I don't know when they started moving. I just remember like looking back and when I was on the ground, like they were further back towards the fence.
Okay. At any point when you saw Mr. Rodriguez with a knife, or you said you didn't see him with a knife,
Correct, I did not.
then how do you know that Mr. Mills was stabbed in the heart?
I recall seeing like blood on one side of his shirt. So I will say that I don't recall that night. If I may have seen something, I truly don't remember to be able to answer that.
Did you see a knife anywhere on the ground, or when Mr. Rodriguez was going back to his vehicle, anywhere flailing it or anything like that?
No.
When you said that earlier in your testimony, you said that you saw Mr. Rodriguez throw 2 punches.
Yes.
You didn't describe that on the 911 call at all.
Okay.
Is that probably because no punches were actually thrown?
No, more so Michael Sack. So that took precedent over anything.
So, in your mind, it's an appropriate response to get into a fist fight over Mr. Rodriguez coming to your window and saying, what's going on, are you gonna park?
Do I think it's appropriate? Not necessarily.
Do you think it was appropriate to call 911 later on in time instead of immediately when the issue started? Because based on your testimony, you said you waited to call 911.
Yes.
So, one of the officers described Mr. Mills's statements to Mr. Rodriguez as challenging him. How would you describe the statements that you heard that night from Mr. Mills towards Mr. Rodriguez?
Never thought about it until now, so if I had to, I would say I can see it like being a challenge, someone challenging someone.
And a challenge would mean a fight, correct?
In that instance, yeah.
Sometimes people don't know what kind of fights they're getting into, is that right?
Sure, yeah.
Let's go back about the car, your vehicle. I saw the mini wines in there. Were y'all drinking at any point earlier in the evening?
No.
And there's also some sort of, I think, dog bed that was sitting in the passenger seat.
Mm-hmm.
Did Mr. Mills sit on that the whole time that y'all were driving to CarMax and back?
I think he did. I can't recall if he lifted it up or not that night.
Was anything moved inside of your car after the fact?
No.
At one point, police had asked you if Mr. Mills ever carries weapons. Does he?
He did. He usually carried his gun.
And what kind of gun did Mr. Mills usually have?
I don't know.
You never seen it?
I saw it. I don't know guns to tell you what it was.
How many times did you see it?
He would put it on his person if we were like going somewhere.
And did he have a CHL? A concealed handgun license?
I would assume so, but I don't know.
And why would he take it on his person? If he works for Bank of America and he's not in the criminal justice system yet, what is the point of having a gun?
People carry guns for protection in general. I don't know if you need actual reasoning behind it.
And why do you think that is important for him to have that for his protection?
At this point, I'm going to object to speculation. She has no idea why Mr. Mills would be carrying a gun.
Do you know the answer to that question?
You know, it's kind of like I answered, people carry guns for protection.
Sustained.
So you never had a conversation with Mr. Mills when you saw the weapon, like, why do you have this?
No.
I want to ask a few more things, Your Honor. I need to get my bearings with some notes. So I want to be sure, Ms. Bass, you've never lived at the Holden yourself, correct?
Correct.
And when you spoke to officers that evening, you were pretty shocked that this happened because you didn't understand why Mr. Rodriguez didn't recognize you guys. Is that correct?
Yeah.
And Mr. Rodriguez, body language on that surveillance video, does that body language usually mimic what you would see from him when you saw him around the complex?
I don't recall the body language in the video, but the two times I saw him in the complex, it was just like, you know, like a cordial conversation, so.
When he was approaching your Kia that night, you felt comfortable enough to roll the window down to check and see what he wanted, correct?
Yes, because it was my neighbor and we spoke to him before, so yeah.
And he didn't approach the vehicle in an aggressive way. He wasn't flipping the bird, brandishing any weapons or anything like that.
There was no initial aggression.
Pass the witness.
State?
Just a few follow-up questions, if I may, Your Honor.
Yes.
So Brittany, the defense attorney referred to some statements, some prior statements with the detectives when you gave a statement. You did not mention any statements with regard to the defendant drinking that night to the police. Why not? Why didn't you mention that at the time?
At that time, like when I finally made it, like talk to the detectives, there was so much going on with Mike. I didn't know if he was okay or not. So, like it wasn't a thought in my head of, you know, mentioning the guy was drinking or not. I just wanted to know if Mike was okay.
Right, and so you mentioned that you were concerned about Michael, is that right?
Yeah,
How were you feeling about Michael's condition? You weren't sure, but were you scared?
terrified.
How would you, you said terrified, would you use the word shock, in shock?
Yeah.
The defense attorney also referred to a couple of meetings that you and I had, conversations, one on the phone in February 2024, and then another close to the trial here a couple weeks ago on a virtual meeting. You recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall telling me in both of those meetings that Michael said something that night to the defendant along the lines of that he should get back in his car before the police were called and they found out that he was drinking and driving?
Yes.
With respect to the positioning of the cars, so obviously the jury can see the two cars on the initial security video before it cuts off. Were the two cars in the same position throughout the course of this whole interaction, or did they move?
There was only move when the defendant got in his vehicle, like, you know, back in the car up, and then that's when his vehicle moved. My car had moved.
Okay, so after he backed the defendant, after he backed his vehicle towards yours, did his vehicle move any more?
Not that I'm aware of until he left.
Okay. Obviously, we've seen Michael's cell phone video, the Instagram video. He was animated, right? Kind of loud. Do you know why he was angry at that time?
I figured just from everything that was going on.
In reaction to the defendant?
Yeah.
The defense attorney also asked you about Michael when you went around to the back of the defendant's vehicle, and he lists off the license plate on the Instagram video.
Yeah.
Was Michael blocking the defendant's vehicle at that time?
In my opinion, no.
Okay, why do you say that?
It's just like trying to think back to the video, I don't feel like he was in the way of it, more so we got over there, got the recording, and moved back over.
Okay, so after, Michael got the license plate number, do you know if he stayed behind the vehicle? Did he move away from the vehicle?
No, he wasn't moving, because then the car was still trying to back up into my car. Mike wasn't behind the car at that point.
Okay, so it was possible that the defendant could have driven off either forward or backwards, correct?
Yes.
And I think you stated this on cross, but I just want to make sure that the jury is clear, and this is clear for the record. You did not see Michael consume any alcohol that day,
Correct, I did not.
and you did not see Michael consume any marijuana, as far as you know.
Correct, I did not.
And just to remind the jury, you were with him, you said maybe after 6:30,
Yeah,
and then this occurred around 10:30.
yes,
So you were with Michael several hours prior to when he was stabbed.
yes.
No further questions, Your Honor, thank you.
All right, defense?
Yes, I have a few questions, Your Honor. Ms. Bass, so, again, I want to confirm, you're on the 911 call. You obtained the license plate numbers at the same time the Instagram video is happening, and Mr. Mills is shouting the license plate numbers to you, correct?
He is shouting them, yes.
And then you stay on that 911 call the whole time.
Yes,
And surveillance camera first, Instagram video, 911 call at the same time.
those two, yes.
Thank you. Also, okay, so you had testified earlier that you were trying to park, is that right?
Yes,
And you positioned yourself on the side of the road that was the opposite side of the road, correct?
yes, I was going back in, so I was going to swing my car forward, so I can back into the parking spot.
Okay. And you're not backing into the handicap spot that's open. You're trying to, you
No.
plan on parking in one of the two open spots that was being blocked.
Correct.
Thank you. So if that's what you were trying to do, why didn't you just tell them you're trying to park and then tell them to chill so you can park?
Well, at some point, like I said, it started off initially him coming to the window, but then it escalated from there. So I didn't want to say anything, so that's why I didn't respond this week.
So when you first pull up on the surveillance video, you pull up and you immediately stop in the blocking the spots. You don't even go past a little to try and reverse. Did you notice that?
Yes, I was letting the car drive past so I can drive forward and back into the spot.
And the car that,
The defendant.
who wasn't in your way at that point?
No,
And at no point he never blocked you from trying to park into the spot you wanted to park in. Is that right?
he never blocked me from parking in like either spot. He was in the way. I couldn't pull forward to back into either parking spot.
You couldn't reverse back away from the vehicle that was kind of catty cornered. That's how you described it to the cops. Catty corner to your car.
Could I have back up? Yes.
And then it escalated. And after it escalated, at no point did I ever hear you tell Mr. Mills to stop or like, let this idiot go, let this guy go, leave him alone, stop. I don't hear you say that at any point when you're on the 911 call. Did you say that at any point that night?
Oh, sorry. Like not that it's recorded, so.
But at any point did you ask him to calm down?
Not that I can recall.
And point, was there a measure taken to actually de-escalate the situation? Can we agree to that?
We can agree to that.
Ask the witness. Thank you, Judge.
State,
No further questions, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
Your Honor, at this time, we're gonna ask that she be subject to recall.
All right. Ms. Bass, you're free to step down at this point, but don't leave without letting the state know in case the defense needs to be called, okay?
Okay.
So don't travel out of county or anything like that. Just stay within reach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's 12:04. Let's take a 1-hour lunch break and be back at 1:04. Remember, you don't have all the evidence yet, so don't discuss amongst yourselves. It's not time to deliberate. Don't even think about, anything. Just enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1:04.
All right.
take a stand, Your Honor? Or would you prefer to wait?
We can take a stand.
All right.
Y'all may be seated. We're back on the record. The record will reflect that the defendant is present with his attorney, the state is present, and the jurors are present and seated. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon.
Did everybody have a good lunch? Yes. Thank you very much for being back on time. Now, both sides have finished with Mr. Boss, and the state is about to call their next witness. What is your next witness's name?
State calls Officer John Calhoun.
Okay. Officer Calhoun, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State your proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Officer Calhoun. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for the court reporter.
John Calhoun, John-Calhoun.
And also, how are you currently employed?
I'm a police officer with the city of Carrollton.
And how long have you been with the Carrollton Police Department?
A little over 6 years.
What are your current duties with the department?
I'm assigned to the K-9 unit.
And what are your duties with the K-9 unit?
I work a dual-purpose patrol and narcotics dog, and I'm assigned to the patrol bureau.
Okay, any kind of special process that you had to go through to get that role?
Yes, to get into the K-9 unit, you have to submit an application, go through an oral board, physical test, and a written test to be selected.
Okay. Let me take you back to the date of August 31st of 2023. Were you on duty at that time?
Yes,
And were you with the Carrollton Police Department at that time?
yes,
To approximately 10:30 p.m., do you recall responding to a static call at that time?
yes.
Tell the jury the nature of the dispatch that you received, what information you had when you received the call.
So I received a call at 2500 Guerrero, the apartments, that a male had stabbed another male somewhere in the east part of the complex. So I responded, and when I got into the apartment complex, I located the victim on the east side of the apartment complex in the grass. There was a female that was standing above him trying to help him. When I approached him, I saw that he had a stab wound in his lower chest area.
Let me stop you for 1 second. So you had mentioned obviously that you responded to the scene. Do you recall approximately where you were or how long it took for you to get to the scene?
I was fairly close. It probably took me less than a minute to get there.
Were you alone or with another officer at that time?
I was alone.
So you responded and you kind of gave the jury, started giving them an idea of what you observed when you got there. You saw the complainant. Where was he at when you saw the complainant?
He was in a grassy dog park area on the far east side of the apartment complex. He was laying on his back, and then the female was standing on top or over him trying to help him.
Okay. And when you came into contact with the complainant, can you describe to the jury what his condition was?
Yeah, so he was still conscious. I would say he was agonally breathing. I did see the stab wound that was in his lower chest area. It wasn't bleeding too bad, but I deemed that it would probably need a chest seal, which is a piece of medical equipment for a stab wound to the chest. I had another officer bring over the med kit where the other officer applied the chest seal on him. Shortly after that, he stopped breathing, and we checked him for a pulse. He lost the pulse. So we started CPR. We probably did CPR for, I would say 2 to 3 minutes before the Carrollton Fire Department got there. And then they took over their life-saving measures and loaded him up into the ambulance.
Okay, you had mentioned that when you first got on scene that the complainant was still conscious at the time, but he was agonizingly breathing, is that correct?
Yes, that's how I would describe it.
What is that, if you could describe what that means for the jury?
Yeah, that type of breathing. So it's not like normal breaths, it's like real raspy. And so a lot of times it's, when someone's having a real difficult time breathing. And we've seen that a lot of times when people are on the verge of dying, they breathe like that, or have some type of real traumatic injury. So I knew that the stab wound was probably pretty serious just by his condition and the agonally breathe. Excuse me.
Okay. And so, you indicated at some point, I guess you had a pulse, but then you lost the pulse, is that correct?
Yeah, so he was conscious whenever I first got there, and he wasn't able to really speak or anything. I was asking him a few questions, he wasn't able to answer me, but I could tell he was moving around slightly, and he was moving his head, looking at me, and looking at the other female there. And then whenever I noticed that he stopped breathing was when we checked his pulse again, and he didn't have a pulse at that point.
Okay. So at some point, fire rescue arrives and starts to give life-saving treatment at that time. What do you do at that time?
At that time, we got information that the person that stabbed him was his neighbor in the apartment complex, and we started to go look for where our victim's apartment complex was, which was within view of where the victim was laying on the ground. So we wanted to set up around there because at this point we didn't know where the suspect went. So we were going to make sure that he wasn't inside there or still in the apartment complex somewhere.
Did you ever locate the suspect while you were on scene?
I did not.
Did you do some further investigation as far as the identity of the suspect?
Yeah, so we ended up being able to contact the apartment manager for that location. And she met with me in the leasing office there, and she was able to pull information that the suspect, I can't remember if it was the apartment above or below where the victim was, but it was one of the other. The apartment manager there pulled the information for that unit there in the apartment, and gave us the suspect's name and date of birth, and then the vehicle information that he had, that he was supposed to be driving.
Did you take any further action to locate the suspect after that?
Yeah, we checked license plate readers in the area. I don't believe we saw any at that time, which was shortly after the incident took place. But I did go and review my in-car video that was recording whenever I first entered the apartment complex. Our in-car videos also have a license plate scanner on them. And so we noticed that my car, I was the first police car that was on scene. It had captured the suspect's registered vehicle leaving the apartment complex at the same time that I was entering. And we were able to see that car on video. I believe it was a red Mazda SUV of some sorts.
Okay, did you have any contact with the suspect your time working on this case?
No, I did not.
So you had alluded to your vehicle, was it equipped with a dash camera video system?
Yes, sir.
Were you also equipped with a body worn camera that evening?
Yes.
Mission approach the witness.
You may.
And show you have been marked as State's Exhibits number 15 and 16. Do you recognize both of these exhibits?
Yes, I do.
What is State's Exhibit number 15?
That's going to be my in-car dash cam video.
And State's Exhibit number 14?
That is my body-worn camera video.
Have you had the opportunity to review both of these videos?
Yes.
And are they a fair and accurate depiction of what took place that night when you responded to this scene?
Yes.
Has it been altered, changed in any way?
No.
Does it bear your signature to indicate that you in fact have reviewed both of these exhibits?
Yes, it does.
Time Your State's going to offer State Exhibit number 14, which is Officer Calhoun's body worn camera video, and State Exhibit number 15, which is Officer Calhoun's dash cam video.
Can we just confirm that that would be the corresponding DME, since we obviously don't want to open these up and view them in their entirety before we agree to this, but just, is it the DME ending in X60A1080H, and that's an MP4 format? That would be one of the two body cams for this officer. The dash cam, if you could give me just the last couple digits
Yeah.
of the DME, digital media evidence for the record.
So the dash cam, the last four are 1080H, is of course. And then the body cam,
That may also be 1080H.
Mhm.
So there may be like a earlier in the DME at 229 or
yeah, so 2229 is going to be the body cam.
okay,
And then dash cam is going to be the other one that ends in 1080H. I don't have it right in front of me.
okay, it's labeled, I think, as a body cam, but it's actually a dash cam.
I should say fleet on there.
Okay.
Axon fleet.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a good one.
So I may have got the wrong label. Let me see. Okay, so the dash cam is going to be Axon Fleet 3 front camera video 2023 08 31 22 29 2.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you, Judge, for your patience with that.
All right, so State's Exhibit 14 is the in-car dash cam video, and number 15 is the body cam video. Is that right?
14
believe
is the body.
The reverse of that.
It's the reverse?
14 is the body cam. 15 is the dash cam.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, and we have no objection.
All right, State's Exhibits 14 and 15 are admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Public to jury, Your Honor.
You may.
I'll start with State Exhibit number 14. This is the body cam. Just for the record, Your Honor, Officer Calhoun's body cam has a total runtime of 1 hour, 55 minutes, and 39 seconds. However, we're only going to play a very short portion of that. And that's going to be approximately 5 minutes and 25 seconds, just the initial response.
Okay.
You mind if we dim the lights? No. For the record, I'm going to skip forward to a runtime of 2:45 just because the first couple of minutes are Officer Calhoun responding to the scene while he's driving. I'll start at 2:42 on the runtime of the video.
I think you've lost visual.
HDMI.
HDMI?
Thank you.
name building, the police building, 15.
Who did this? Who did this?
I don't know the guy. I don't know his fucking name. Michael Mills.
Bring the medics
That's
up.
that.
He's been stabbed. We're right across from the 6. Where's it at? Hey, get him back, kid. Hey, who did this to you, bro? Who did this to you? Where's the blue? Hey, over here, bring him back, kid. Is it just one staff room?
I'm sorry, I have no idea.
Okay. Alright, we got one staff room here. It's not bleeding too bad. We may need a chest seal. Who's got a chest seal? Y'all get it. They're in the car. Go get a chest seal. Get a chest seal. Hey, keep breathing, man. Keep breathing. Stay awake. You got anything else? Yeah, we need a chest seal. Dude, I don't know how well he's breathing. We got it. Hey man, come on, stay with me. Stay with me, bro. Stay with me. This has got to breathe on the side.
These are breathing.
Okay.
These are all breathing one. Is there one?
Stay with me. That's all that I saw. Hey man, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name, boss? What's your name, man? Hey. No pulse? Okay. Grab an AED kit. Is he breathing? No. No? Keep pushing. Maybe he gets down or gets looked at with him. Yep. I'm good for him. Okay. Let me just make sure that we're pumping blood out of him.
Yeah.
Are you ready to do it? Yeah.
starting the video at a runtime of 8 minutes and 10 seconds. Going to publish State's Exhibit number 15, which is Officer Calhoun's dash cam video. Again, just a small portion of that.
Okay, do you need the laptop?
Yes, if you don't mind. It should just be about a minute, minute and a half. For the record, State's Exhibit number 15 is 18 minutes and 8 seconds. But again, just going to show a small portion of that. Going to skip forward to runtime of 1 minute and 30 seconds and end at 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Stop the video at runtime 1 minute and 45 seconds. Can you see my cursor here, officer?
Yes, sir.
To the left of the screen, is this the suspect vehicle here?
Yes, sir.
At the time, you didn't realize that this was the suspect, correct?
No, we had none of that information at the time.
And if you would just state for the record, can you state the time stamp, the time on there?
22:30 hours.
And so that would translate to approximately 10:30 p.m., correct?
Yes.
They're telling the girls the parking lot to go in 15 seconds. They don't just turn around and all and get here and start questioning. Next one, they're advising building, between buildings 6 and 7 across from the building.
All right, I'm going to stop the video at runtime of 2 minutes and 55 seconds. Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, I'll pass the witness.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. So Officer Calhoun, when you arrived at the scene and began the CPR process, you have training and experience in that.
Yes.
And I noticed that you did this motion, I believe it's called the sweeping motion. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's to check for any additional potential wounds.
Yes.
So, because as you're doing this assessment of what's happened to this individual, you want to identify every wound to make sure that if it needs a patch or whatever it needs, maybe a tourniquet, that y'all are best informed in how to respond to that individual in that situation.
Yes.
So when conducting your analysis of the situation based on your training, did you identify any additional cuts?
I didn't find any.
It was the single puncture wound,
Yes,
and it was lower chest.
yes.
There were no other, outside of puncture wounds, were there even any other cuts or injuries that you observed?
I couldn't give you a good answer on that because I was just looking for anything that was bleeding majorly, and I didn't find any.
So you did not find any other major injuries?
No.
After you handed off the CPR responsibilities to the fire department and EMS, you went through the apartment complex to see what other information you could gather
Correct.
as part of your investigation.
Yes.
So during the course of your investigation, you said you obtained information about the lease with Mr. Mills and Mr. Rodriguez.
Yes.
You did that with a conversation with the apartment management company
Yeah, the apartment manager.
that was on site at that time.
Yeah, I believe she lives there and she met us in the leasing office.
There was a leasing agent there as well.
Yeah, same thing, apartment manager, leasing agent, I believe that's the same.
Okay, so it's just one person that was
Yeah, just one person.
understood. Do you recall what all information you obtained from her? What all did you find out about Mr. Mills and Mr. Rodriguez living there?
She gave me, or she confirmed the, Mr. Mills's, apartment number, Mr. Rodriguez's apartment number. First, we didn't know it was Mr. Rodriguez at the time. She gave us the information of who lived in the apartment. And then like I said earlier, I can't remember if it was above or below, but that person that was adjacent there, gave us, Mr. Rodriguez's information and then the vehicle that he had registered to park in that, parking lot.
Do you recall whether or not during the course of your investigation and interviewing this witness, whether they acknowledged knowing Mr. Mills or Mr. Rodriguez?
Who?
The leasing agent that you were collecting information from at that time.
I believe she knew, Mr. Mills. I advised her that Mills was deceased and then she was, kind of distraught whenever I said that, so I think that she knew who he was. I don't know how well of a relationship.
Do you recall what she said about it?
I don't recall.
Do you, if I were to tell you that she had mentioned the motion or the notice to vacate about Mr. Mills, would you contest that or no memory whatsoever?
I don't recall if that was mentioned.
If we were to, would it refresh your recollection to maybe rewatch some of the body cam from that or?
Yeah, possibly.
Okay. Your Honor, if I may at this time, as we've identified the digital media evidence file name, this is the State's Exhibit 14, the body worn camera. This is at 1 hour, 14 minutes. He is in the leasing office. I was gonna play it back, publish it for the jury at this time. And it should be within about that minute mark of that conversation starting. May I proceed?
Yes, of course. You need the lights off? or not?
Yes, Your Honor. Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes.
Let me tell you. 1 hour, 14 minutes, 10 seconds.
This should be about 10 seconds before your interaction.
Mills, DMU, Capella, yes? Mills, Michael Mills, M-I-L.
He's a victim. He's a dead person.
Who is he?
He's a resident from 721.
721?
Yeah.
Right about 711?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Michael Mills, he was supposed to move out. He was on notice to vacate. Is it like a deal going on or something like that?
He is the resident.
And so you were able to obtain information from that witness in the leasing office at that time about Mr. Mills.
Yes.
And she acknowledged knowing him,
Yes,
and, to be fair, we don't know the context of the notice to vacate, right? But she acknowledges that there was a notice to vacate with Mr. Mills.
yes,
And again, we don't know the context and necessarily what she meant by it. She asked about, you know, whether there was an incident involving him that resulted in this, right?
right.
I think the video specifically states a deal gone bad.
Yeah, I heard that.
Are you done with the video?
Yes, Your Honor, I can, in your training experience, did you feel any need to follow up on that at all?
With what?
Well, when you're investigating the death of an individual or homicide, when you receive information like that, either whether there was a question of their legal right to be there or perhaps criminal activity, was there any, based on what you were experiencing at that time, did you feel any need to do any further investigation on those issues?
No.
Okay. Did you relay that information to any of the subsequent officers involved or the detectives or anything?
I don't recall, it may have been mentioned, but I don't really remember.
Okay. And then, before that actually, before you made it to the leasing office, do you recall interviewing some of the neighbors in the community?
I know I talked to some people on our balcony. We were just kind of trying to get them to stay inside so they would be safe, but I don't remember exactly if anyone gave me any information that was worth anything.
Okay. So, I mean, at the most basic level, is it fair to say that the response regarding Mr. Mills and Mr. Rodriguez was like unremarkable from the neighbors?
Yeah, no one gave us, besides the leasing agent, no one gave us any good information about anything that happened that I talked to.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right,
Thank you.
State.
Just a couple follow-up questions, John. Officer Calhoun, when the leasing officer said, a deal gone bad, did you know what she was referring to? I mean, did that mean anything to you specifically in that context?
That did not mean anything to me.
Did you learn any information while you were on scene that evening, that Michael Mills was involved in any kind of criminal activity?
No.
Okay, thank you. That's what it's.
All right, any other questions from the defense?
A couple of questions, Your Honor. Do you remember how many neighbors you interviewed whenever you were on the scene? Or how many people you spoke to that night?
I don't remember. There was a handful in one apartment, first floor balcony. I don't even remember what I said to them or what they said to me though.
Do you remember the proximity of those witnesses to where the Mr. Mills' apartment was?
Yeah, it was, I don't know, I'm trying to figure out how to describe it. I think it was the same building, but at the far east side, and Mr. Mills was on the far west side.
Would they have had like line of sight to each other?
If they stepped outside of the, because they're in the same building, if they stepped outside, you could see the apartment building, but not just being in the balcony or being in the inside.
And none of the handful of witnesses you interviewed that night mentioned anything about Mr. Rodriguez?
No one that I interviewed, no.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any other questions by the state?
That's from the state, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense?
Yeah,
Subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, officer, you're free to leave at this moment, but stay in touch, with the state in case the defense needs to recall you, okay?
Yes, ma'am, thank you.
Thank you.
So just so I'm clear, he can go back on duty and we can just call him if we need him back?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
State calling next witness.
State calls Officer Jordan Zangri, Z-A-N-G-R-I.
Officer, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Officer. How are you?
You know,
If you could please introduce yourself to the members of the jury by stating your name and spelling it for the court reporter, please.
My name is Officer Jordan Zangri. My last name is Z-A-N-G-R-I.
And Officer Zangri, how are you currently employed?
With the Carrollton Police Department,
How long have you been with the Carrollton Police Department?
3 years.
And what are your current duties with the department?
I'm a school resource officer.
Okay. Prior to joining Carrollton PD, did you have any prior law enforcement experience?
Yes, I've been an officer for 11 years now.
Okay, and what other agencies other than Carrollton PD have you worked with?
Norfolk Police Department, Norfolk, Virginia, Nevada DPS in Las Vegas, Nevada, and Clark County School District in Las Vegas, Nevada.
Let me take you back to the date of August 31st of 2023, at approximately 10:30 p.m. Were you on duty at that time?
Yes,
And do you recall responding to a stabbing call that evening?
yes.
Can you tell the jury what information you had with regards to the call that was dispatched out?
Initial call notes were just that a stabbing had occurred. The reporting party that was on the phone with 911 said that her friend had been stabbed, and it was just driving there, so I didn't really look any more notes.
Okay, and did you in fact respond to the location?
I did.
That would have been 2500 Guerrero in Carrollton, is that correct?
Yes,
Is that location in the county of Dallas
yes, it is.
in the state of Texas?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how long it took you to respond to the location?
3 or 4 minutes, I wasn't too far away.
Okay, and when you got there, what did you observe?
I was called over to the grass where one man was laying in the grass and an officer was next to him.
Okay, and the person that was lying in the grass, do you recall what the condition of that person was? Were you able to identify that this was in fact a stabbing victim?
He had blood on his shirt and his chest to get abdominal respirations.
When we say agonal respirations, what does that mean for the jury?
Like gasping breaths. Usually I was a medic before I joined the military, so I was like the last breath before expiration usually.
Did you try to say anything or communicate with the victim?
Officer Calhoun was trying to ask him, what's your name? Who did this to you?
Was any response from the victim?
Not that I recall.
Okay, what did you do at that point?
Officer Calhoun, I believe, was doing compressions or starting to, I checked him for any other wounds, pulled up his shirt, rolled him over, checked the legs, checked his butt, everything, see if there's any other injuries, and just found the one on his chest.
And so what happened then?
He continued that, the officers got there, we got a med kit from one of the cars and found a chest seal, since it was a chest wound, and put the chest seal on him and then tried to cut the rest of his clothes off before Reckless Fire got there.
Okay, did you participate at all with regard to CPR and kind of life-saving measures?
I didn't do CPR, I held C-spine and tried to keep his airway open.
One second, counsel, I can see your laptop on my screen.
I apologize, Judge. Is it on everybody? No, it wasn't on everybody's.
No.
Just yours.
Just take out
No.
Okay, I'll just unplug for a bit.
Okay.
Thank you, Judge.
Go ahead.
I think you're in the middle of a response. I think the question was, did you participate in any kind of CPR life-saving measures?
I didn't do CPR. I held C-spine and tried to keep his airway open in case there's anything filling up or if his jaw was gonna clench. Just trying to keep that open.
Okay. While you're doing that, did you notice anything change about the condition of the victim, or what was his condition at that time?
He stopped with respirations. He just stopped breathing. And since Calvin was doing CPR, I don't remember us checking again until fire got there, because they got there pretty quick.
So when fire responded, or EMS, Emergency Medical Services responded, what did you do at that point?
I got up and helped another officer start setting up crime scene tape, and then was called over to stay with the witness until we could figure out what was going on.
Okay, and that witness was Britney Bass?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, did you become aware of a video that the victim had recorded that night?
Later on in the night, yes.
Okay, can you tell the jury about that? How did that come to light?
Brittany was sitting in my car because we were just waiting for next move. I was trying to ask her, do we know the victim's family members? Was anyone get in contact with a parent, brother, sister? So we're going through her phone. I was using my phone as well, like, can we try to look up anything? I believe Brittany opened his Instagram and she clicked on his story, and that's where we saw the video from that night.
When you were attending to the victim, or when you made contact with him, did you see any weapons on his person?
Not that I recall.
Did you see any in the area, on the ground, or anything like that?
No.
Were you wearing a body-worn camera that night?
Yes.
Commissioner Prost, the witness yard.
You may.
So you must be marked as state number 16. Is this the DVD containing your body-worn camera video from that evening?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to review the video?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate depiction of what took place that night when you responded to the scene?
Yes.
And is this your signature and badge number on the back of here indicating that you have in fact reviewed the DVD?
It is.
Has it been changed or altered in any way?
No.
Time to state offers, exhibit number 16. Minutes count for
This is
objection?
your body.
Yes.
No objections, Your Honor.
All right. Text exhibit 16 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Publish.
You may. How long is it?
Give me one second, Judge, and I'll tell you exactly how long. And I'm not gonna play the full thing, but I will state the length for the record. So the full length is 1 hour, 52 minutes, and 38 seconds. However, I would just be publishing right now 2:55 timestamp, or a runtime of 2:55 up to approximately 8 minutes and 46 seconds.
Are you all using a different connection out there? Because I can see what the defense plays, but I can't see. what
Yeah,
the
it's,
state's doing.
I think it's 2 different HDMI cords, Judge, one running to this side and one running to that side.
Okay.
It may be the way that your controls are set up at the bench.
Okay.
I think.
We'll figure that out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
We got one set of room here, it's not bleeding too bad. We may need a chest seal. Who's got a chest seal?
He's not leaving that one.
Go get it. They're in the car. Go get a chest seal. Get a chest seal. Man, keep breathing, man. Keep breathing. Stay with me.
I don't know how well he's breathing.
We got it. Hey man, come on, stay with me. Stay with me, bro.
This has got to breathe on himself. Stay with me. That's all I saw.
Hey man, what's your name? What's your name? What's your name, boss? What's your name, man? Hey. Hey, we're losing a call here. Start this person.
No calls?
Maybe. Grab an AED bit. Is he breathing? No. Nope. No? Sit there. Whenever he gets tired, or he gets switched out with him. Yeah. We'll get it for a minute. Okay. So I'm gonna just make sure that victim's not. We're pumping blood out of him.
Yeah.
Already transit him? Yeah.
He'll do enough for his lungs. Hey, I need some towels or something to flip in. Yeah. Get the one out between the two. Yeah, give me the big one. What's the story? I want to see this. Somebody.
He's just gonna sit.
It was witness. He was Abigail 4 minutes ago. So did he ever respond to you? John. Have he ever responded to you? Whoever was here. Who's that? I did. Hey, he's a witness arrest. We just gotta go. Hey, load up the Lucas on that. So we step out quick, so we'll just move him straight onto it. Hey, he's
I couldn't hear you. Alright, please.
Daniel,
Yeah, let me take my gloves off.
All right, stop the video for the record at a runtime of 8 minutes and 47 seconds. Thank you. Thank you, officer. I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Thank you. Good afternoon, officer. My name is Bahram Hughes, and I will be asking you a few questions. Okay. How long have you worked at Carrollton specifically?
It was 3 years, August 29th.
This year.
So 3 years just passed.
So the year of this incident, it was your first year on the job with Carrollton?
I think I started in August of 22, so it was, yeah, coming up right on the 1 year mark, yeah.
And have there been stabbings in Carrollton involving self-defense claims in the past?
And object to relevance, Your Honor. It has nothing to do with this case whatsoever.
Sustained.
I would like to ask her about her knowledge in investigating these kinds of cases.
Well, then ask her directly if she's done this.
Working for Carrollton, how many times have you ever investigated a homicide with a self-defense claim?
In Carrollton, no.
Have you ever done it in any of the agencies that you've worked at?
Can I object to relevance, Your Honor?
Overall,
I have to look back, it's been 11 years and other places were busier than Carrollton, so I'd have to rack and stack them. That's my knowledge that I can remember.
So, can we agree that there are incidents where it may start at the time looking like a homicide, but after investigation, self-defense information comes out?
I'm sure it's possible, yes.
The night of this incident, can we agree that officers are there to obtain evidence, correct?
Correct.
And the purpose of police officers is to obtain as much evidence as possible so that that can be presented possibly to a jury in court. Is that correct?
Obtain and preserve, yes.
Obtain and preserve. And so obtain means what to you?
Correct.
And that means interviewing witnesses?
Interviewing witnesses, observing the scene, everything, the tower.
Sometimes there's other witnesses that were peripheral witnesses and not involved in the actual incident, correct?
Correct.
Did you interview any of those individuals that were present?
I did not, because I was with one person, was instructed to stay with that one person.
And you were instructed to stay with who?
Miss Britney Bass.
And Miss Bass, at night, when you spoke to her, that's all caught on your body camera as well, correct?
Correct.
And that wasn't played in front of the jury just now, right?
No.
But your whole body camera will be back there with the jury for deliberation to review the whole thing, correct?
Correct.
And that night, when you spoke to Miss Bass, I guess a lot of the officers seem to be confused at how Miss Bass and Mr. Mills knew each other. Is that right?
Yes, I generally ask people how they know each other, boyfriend, girlfriend, brother, sister, cousins, friends.
And you found out that they have known each other for a short period of time, correct?
If I recall.
And did you ask, she didn't explain anything negative about Mr. Rodriguez, is that right?
Not that I recall.
And the video that you saw on Instagram, that video was taken at the exact moment prior to the actual stabbing occurring, is that right?
Sort of figured, yes.
And when you watch that Instagram video, would it be fair to say that what you heard Mr. Mills say on that recording, was that charging somebody or defusing a situation?
It seemed like a heated argument, but not the beginning or we know the end of it, without the beginning of it. or how it was unfolding, other than that small snippet.
And we're talking about today now.
Right.
Today you now know everything, right? You've reviewed everything? Is that a yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, so today, now that you're testifying to the court and to a jury, you do know what evidence was taken and not taken that evening. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so that evening, a lot of officers combed the apartments and neighbors did recognize Mr. Rodriguez when asked about him. Is that right?
I didn't speak to any of the neighbors other than Britney. That's usually what I spoke to, so I can't speak to that.
You were on other people's body cameras talking to officers on scene, correct?
Yes.
And you guys exchange information while your investigation is going?
Correct, but I don't recall what they said.
Okay. So, you don't recall anything any officer said that night?
Like you said, it's a 2-hour video. I recall them talking to other people, but I don't recall exactly what they said.
Did you watch your 2-hour video before you took the stand today?
I did.
Okay. So do you recall other officers explaining that neighbors knew Mr. Rodriguez, but no neighbors knew Mr. Mills?
I recall them talking about Mr. Rodriguez.
And nothing negative about Mr. Rodriguez came out in those.
Not that I recall. No.
Thank you. When you reviewed the Instagram story, okay, to be very fair, I have no social media, so I'm not familiar with how these work. But when you were able to watch this story, whose phone were you watching it from?
I believe it was on Britney's phone.
And did you see comments that were popping up while the story was playing?
I have to watch it again. I was just watching what was happening in the video.
Were you the officer that photographed Mr. Mills's phone for evidence?
Most likely, because if they beat it into us and try to get on your camera and try to get on your feed phone as well as photo videos, always preserved multiple places.
So on your body camera, if you're preserving that video and people can see comments from perhaps Mr. Mills's followers during the story that was live, correct? Do you recall some of the comments were like, chill, you're blowing this out of proportion?
I can't speak for what they said. I don't recall exactly what they said, so I don't speak to that.
You as an officer with 11 years of experience dealing with high tension situations, right?
Right.
In the video that you watched that evening, did it seem that Mr. Rodriguez was being aggressive in that video?
From what I recall, he was sitting in his car.
So,
Mr. Rodriguez was.
so no, he was not being aggressive.
Not that I can recall, no. Not
When
that
he
video.
was sitting in his car that you saw, he wasn't being aggressive from inside the vehicle either. Is that right?
No, I'm not what I can recall about the video, no. He didn't appear to be.
And when you approached the unfortunate circumstance that you approached when you first got to the scene and you saw the wound, you only saw one wound, is that correct?
Correct.
And when we're dealing with a self-defense situation, with your knowledge and experience, 11 years of being an officer, in a self-defense situation, usually one wound is what occurs to stop the incident. Is that correct?
Object to relevant charge, speculation.
Sustained.
Are you familiar with the concept of defensive wounds?
Yes.
Did you observe any defensive wounds on Mr. Mills?
I was focused on the one injury to him.
You didn't see any other injuries to him? And Ms. Bass didn't describe any other injuries, correct?
No, she did not.
She told you that she saw him stabbed in the heart, is that correct?
Stabbed in the, I believe she said heart, and then blood spraying on his shirt, yep.
And there was one particular officer, I think, that you'd spoken to is a gentleman with a cowboy hat. I can't remember his last name, but there was some discussion about how most of the officers believe that she did see the stabbing occur. Is that correct?
Correct.
And then later on, her testimony or statements to police at Carrollton changed to that she didn't see the stabbing occur. Is that right?
I object. I mean, she knows, but I don't think that she was present for that interview, so I'm not sure if you can answer that question.
Were you present for that interview, officer?
I talked to Britney for a long while, so I can't recall which part of that interview that we're talking about. I know Britney was there, but she may have been from a distance.
I believe the defense counsel is referring to the interview at the headquarters with detectives. Am I understanding that correctly?
I'm asking about any and all the evidence that she reviewed regarding this case and the interviews of Miss Bass, whether she did them or watched them.
If she was not present for that interview, Judge, that would be hearsay.
That's correct. So ask her about the interview that she conducted.
I'll reformat the question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Judge. So in the interview that you actually had with Britney over a few hours, she told you specifically that night when you spoke to her that she did saw the stabbing happen, correct?
She said she was there, but she was closer to the vehicle than she was to the incident.
And when you arrived, you could see that the vehicle was still parked, blocking 2 empty spaces. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that's where the, I guess, approaching for an altercation occurred. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
And Ms. Bass explained to you that Mr. Mills approached Mr. Rodriguez, wanting him to get out of the car and to fight him for whatever reason. Is that yes or no?
She said they went back and forth to the cars, so that Mr. Mills did exit their vehicle and approach Mr. Rodriguez in his vehicle. And there was an exchange going back and forth, yes.
And Mr. Rodriguez was inside of his vehicle the whole time that Mr. Mills was shouting, come on, get out, come on.
I believe so, but I know he exited, from what I recall, he exited the vehicle and they saw him go back to the vehicle, and then they both walked into the grass after that.
So who exited the vehicle?
Mr. Rodriguez.
Right, and you saw that in the surveillance video, correct?
That's what I recall from speaking to Britney and reviewing my body camera.
Okay. So Mr. Rodriguez got out of the car, approached the Kia that Ms. Bass was driving, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
After approaching the vehicle, he went back to his vehicle and got inside of it, correct?
She said, from what I can recall from the video, that he went back to his car and they thought he was getting something out of his car before going to the grass.
But he actually got inside of the car, and that's the video you saw on Instagram as Mr. Mills recording Mr. Rodriguez inside of the vehicle. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then Mr. Mills continued to make statements that were, as one of the Carrollton officers you worked with stated, challenging Mr. Rodriguez. Is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. So I just want to get back to the wound that you saw. At any point did Ms. Bass tell you that Mr. Mills charged at Mr. Rodriguez that night?
From what I can recall, no, but she saw them arguing at the vehicle, Mr. Rodriguez's vehicle, and then they walked to the grass. And she was from a distance.
And when you approached Mr. Mills lying on the ground, you saw one wound, correct, in his chest. And with your knowledge and experience of wounds and investigating crimes, including violent crimes, the wound that you saw was one puncture wound to the middle of the torso,
Correct.
under the rib area.
Correct.
closer towards the under of the rib area. And in your training and experience, a person trying to defend themselves, would it be out of the ordinary for one wound to occur and the person to leave the scene and call police to cooperate?
Objection, relevant speculation.
Sustained.
After you met with Miss Bass, what did you do at the scene?
I stayed with her for the most part of the morning.
And then that's when she was taken to the police station for her interview with Detective Bonner?
Correct.
Pass the witness.
Sustained.
Just one question, Judge. The defense asked you about seeing Mr. Rodriguez in Michael's cell phone video, the Instagram video, and you indicated that he was not aggressive at that time because he was sitting in the vehicle, correct?
Correct.
Did you observe, were you present either before or after, or even during that video? Did you see Mr. Rodriguez before that video?
No, I
Did
did
you
not.
see Mr. Rodriguez after that video?
No, I did not.
So it's entirely possible that he could have been aggressive at some point, you just didn't see that, correct?
Correct.
All right, thank you. Ask Ms.
I do have one question, Your Honor. Ms. Bass told you that he approached the vehicle, correct? Mr. Rodriguez approached her vehicle first.
Yes, I recall, yes.
And then did you ever watch the surveillance video?
I did not watch them. I watched my body cam.
You just watched your body camera?
Correct.
Did you watch any other videos regarding the investigation?
Officer Campbell did something.
Why did you review his video and nobody else's?
Because I know for the fact that he got there first and I got there right after him. So it was to compare how long he was there before I got there.
And then after the incident occurred, when you left Miss Bass with Detective Bonner, did you have any contact with her afterwards?
And when she was done with that interview, I took her home.
And after that, no contact with her afterwards? Did she say that she smelled alcohol at all on Mr. Rodriguez that night?
She did, yes.
She did tell you that?
Yes.
When did she tell you that?
At the beginning, right after everything happened and he was transported, she said that she seemed like he was intoxicated.
And did she say why she thought that?
His mannerisms compared to how she had seen him before.
Did she tell you how many times she had seen him before?
Not exactly how many times. She said she's seen him a few times. They walk their dogs because they both have dogs.
So she felt like she knew enough about Mr. Rodriguez from walking dogs to know what his mannerisms are?
I didn't ask her how many times. That was her take on it, was that he appeared intoxicated based on his mannerisms and how he was acting.
Did you report any of that information to any of the other officers?
Police, I'd have to review everybody else's to see.
On your camera, did you tell any other officers that?
Okay, I don't recall if I did or not.
Pass the witness.
State.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection from the state.
Defense.
No objections to releasing this witness.
Thank you, officer. State, call your next witness.
The state calls Jeremy Allman. Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Would you please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for the court order?
Yes, my name is Jeremy Arnold, Jeremy-Arnold, and I work in the crime scene unit at the Carrollton Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Carrollton Police Department?
For the department since 2018,
And how long have you been with crime scene?
since December of 2020.
What did you do with Carrollton prior to joining crime scene?
I spent 2 years working in the property and evidence unit of the department.
And when you joined the crime scene unit, what are your duties generally?
So our duties include responding to crime scene, capturing photographs, collecting evidence, as well as assisting with cell phone downloads and collecting video.
Do you recall becoming involved in an investigation, a murder investigation involving a suspect, now defendant by the name of Gerardo Rodriguez?
Yes, I do.
Tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how you first became involved with that investigation.
So I was contacted on the evening of August 31st, 2023, just around 11:15 p.m. By one of our other crime scene investigators who was on call that evening, so she was the first to be contacted about this case. I was asked by her to respond as backup to the police department to assist with the investigation.
When you say her, do you recall who the other crime scene officer was?
Yes, that was criminalist Stephanie Campbell.
And just for the record, are you a licensed peace officer?
No, I'm a civilian.
So talk to the jury about what you did when you became involved with the case.
So I first responded to the police department to figure out where I was needed. I was contacted by one of the criminal investigation division sergeants, Sergeant Giesman, who requested that I respond to the hospital to take photographs of the victim.
And did you do that?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall approximately what time that you arrived at the hospital?
I got to the hospital just after 12:30.
AM?
Yes, on September 1st.
Do you recall what the condition of the complainant was at that time?
By the time I got to the hospital, the victim was deceased.
And did you take photographs of the deceased and his injuries?
Yes, I did.
First Winshaw?
You may.
Also, I want to show you what's been marked as States Exhibits 17 through 24. You can just browse through that photo real quickly, but don't show the jury. The photographs look familiar?
Yes, they did.
Are these photographs that you took of the complainant Michael Mills at the hospital that evening?
Yes, they are.
Are they carrying accurate depictions of Mr. Mills as you observed him at the hospital?
Yes.
Have they been changed, altered, deleted in any way?
No.
This time, the Armed State's going to offer State Exhibit 17 through 24 for all purposes tendering to counsel for objection.
Your Honor, my only objection would be under Texas Rule of Evidence 403. The jury has seen 2 different body cams of the decedent at that time. There was testimony about him dying at the scene. Under 403, I would believe that the probative value is substantially outweighed by any prejudicial effect, that essentially it's needlessly cumulative to post additional photographs of the decedent when that's really not even a fact in question at this point.
Thank you. Let me see the photograph. And what's the state's response when I look at this?
While the woman is depicted on the body cam, Judge, I would submit to the court that these are a lot more clear. They clearly show of the wound where they were located on the victim's body. And so I would say that this is quite probative for the jury to see these photographs.
Have a response, Your Honor?
I think you said all that you needed to say.
Yes, sir.
We need to add more? You could if you want to.
Only that we do anticipate a medical examiner who will also have autopsy photos that I'm sure that they're going to introduce, which would be,
That was going to be my next question. There will be an MD, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Objections overruled. Six Exhibit 17 through 24 are admitted. For all purposes.
Thank you. Mr. Hurlis to the jury.
Yes, you need.
And before we go through these photographs quickly, Mr. Arnold, do you recall what hospital that you responded to?
Yes, it was Texas Health Presbyterian in Plano.
Would you happen to know the physical address? If not, that's okay.
I believe it is 6200 West Parker Road in Plano.
So we'll go through these quickly. Mr. Arnold, if you can just tell the jury we're looking at it, State Exhibit number 17.
Yes, this is the treatment room where the decedent was located inside the hospital.
States number 18.
This was the deceased as I originally saw him when I entered the room.
States number 19.
This was the wristband identifying the deceased as Michael Mills.
Does it also list his date of birth of 7/16 of 1998?
Yes,
It also indicates that he's a 25-year-old male.
yes,
And it also lists the date of August 31st, 2023, correct?
yes, that's correct.
States number 20.
This was the decedent's face.
States number 21.
This is a photograph of the decedent's chest with a gauze bandage over the wound.
States number 22.
And the same, the decedent's chest with that gauze removed.
States number 23.
This is a closer-up photograph of the wound without scale.
And finally, states number 24.
And this is a photograph of that same wound with a scale.
Can you give the jury some information as it pertains to the scale that's there? I mean, what is that scale used for?
So we use this scale for injury photographs, for essentially showing how large or small an item of evidence is. And so this is what we call an L scale because it's in an L shape and it has about 5 to 8 centimeters on each side.
Okay, and did you glean anything from using the scale of this particular injury?
Using the scale, I was able to just see about how wide and how long the wound was.
And based on the scale that we see in the photograph, can you tell the jury what that would measure approximately?
The opening from the skin appeared to be about 2.5 centimeters, so roughly 1 inch wide, and about 1 to 1.5 centimeters in width.
Your Honor, can he clarify how many inches that is? Because he said centimeters.
I'll let you cross it.
Okay.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
All right, defense.
Mr. Arnold, did you also assist in the collection and preservation of the DVR from the surveillance video at the apartment complex?
Yes, I did.
Were there complications with that?
Yes, there were.
Were you able to extract all the videos from that recording device?
So I assisted another detective with the extraction of those videos. We were able to get all the videos that were captured on the device.
Okay, so there's no videos that could have come from that device that were not collected and preserved?
During the time frame around the offense in question, yes.
For what device did you say?
For the DVR.
Okay, thank you.
clarify, we're discussing the surveillance video from apartment 628, which was previously admitted as one of the state's exhibits that we've referred to as surveillance video.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
Any questions?
Just really briefly, Your Honor. Mr. Arnold, you referred to inspecting the DVR and retrieving the videos from the DVR from apartment number 628. At some point, you watched the video files, correct? There were several.
Yes, that is correct.
At some point, with regard to the specific file that showed kind of the initial contact in this particular interaction between the defendant and the complainant, it cuts off suddenly. Can you talk to the jury about why that occurred, if you know?
Your Honor, I would object. This is a civilian witness that has no formal training in the, in the area of expertise that he's asking him to explain as far as how that system works, what the recording mechanism is, how it is used, why it would turn on, why it would turn off, what sensitivity levels it has, the length of videos that it's set to. He simply collected it and tried to extract it. They have not presented any information on how it works or why he would know how any of it works.
What's the state's response?
I can ask him a few more questions to establish if he knows.
Go ahead.
If you know, Mr. Arnold, if not, that's fine. Do you know how the DVR works?
Yes, I know the settings that were on that DVR.
Okay, can you talk about that for the jury?
This DVR appeared to be set to only record motion events.
Okay, so going back to my original question, do we know, we have an explanation as to why the video may have cut off suddenly at that time that it did?
My belief is that because the video was set to only record motion events, it only recorded for a set time period and then cut off, even if there was still motion going on at the time.
Thank you. Pass it with you.
Just brief.
Go ahead.
So if it records motion, why did it not start recording again immediately after it turned off?
There are some systems that have somewhat of a timer of once it records or starts recording, then it either will not record for a certain amount of time after that if it still senses motion going on from the same event, or things like that.
Is this one of those systems?
That's what I believe.
You're not entirely sure.
Not particularly, but that's my belief.
So it's possible that this is a system that if there was sufficient motion involved, well, I guess the short answer is you don't know why it didn't record the incident.
Correct.
Okay. No further questions, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else?
Nothing further from Ms. Williams, Your Honor.
May this witness be released.
No objection from the state.
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you. You're released. State calling next witness.
May I approach briefly, Your Honor?
Yes. all just got carried away with the testimony. But I'm thankful that the parties reminded me. So if any of you ever need a break, you know, you need to take a break seriously, or an emergency or something, just raise your hand for me, okay? Raise your hand. If you think we've gone too long without a break and you need a break, just raise your hand and let me know. All right. State, call your next one.
State call Stephanie Campbell.
Good afternoon. Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Campbell. How are you?
Good afternoon, well, thank you, how are you?
Good, thank you. If you could please introduce yourself to the jury by stating your name and spelling it for the court reporter.
Absolutely. Stephanie, S-T-E-F-A-N-I, Campbell, C-A-M-P-B-E-L-L.
And Ms. Campbell, how are you currently employed?
I am currently employed at the Salina Police Department as the crime scene and property and evidence supervisor.
And what are your current duties with Salina as the property and evidence supervisor?
My current duties as the property and evidence supervisor is to examine all evidence that officers turn in or myself collect at a scene, make sure that it is packaged and labeled properly and stored properly in the warehouse.
I don't know if I just asked you this, but how long have you been with Salina?
I have been with Salina now about a year and a half.
Okay, you recall approximately when you started?
April of 2024.
And where did you work prior to Salina?
Prior to Salina, I worked at the Carrollton Police Department.
Prior to leaving Carrollton, how long had you worked there?
9 years.
And in what capacity did you work at Carrollton PD?
I started off as an intern in crime scene and property and evidence, and then I moved over to police administration, which is kind of the admin hallway, doing multiple tasks for them. Went back into property and evidence for about 7 months, and then finally in crime scene for the last 6 years.
Okay, and what were your duties in crime scene at Carrollton PD?
Duties in crime scene were to respond to any call-outs, document that scene through photography, through sketching, collect the evidence, process it for fingerprints, swab things for DNA.
Okay, let me take you back to the date of August 31st, 2023, or the early morning hours of September 1st, 2023. Do you recall being dispatched or requested at a stabbing scene at 2500 Guerrero in Carrollton?
Yes.
Can you tell a little bit to the jury about what information you had when you responded to the scene?
Initially, when I was called by Sergeant Brunn, she had explained that we had an alleged stabbing. She then contacted me again while I was still en route and let me know that our victim was pronounced deceased at the hospital. Upon arriving at the scene, I got in touch with our on-call detective, who was Detective Kaiser at the time. He told me that where all of this kind of started off was in between buildings 6 and 7 in the parking lot, where our witness was attempting to pull into a parking spot. When she went to adjust that parking spot, our suspect, Mr. Rodriguez, was also there, and then a physical altercation happened. From there, the detective basically pointed out where our victim ended up, and from there we did a walkthrough of the scene.
Okay, can you describe for the members of the jury the walkthrough that you performed?
Of course. We started off over by our witness's car, where officers and Detective Kaiser pointed out what appeared to be a blood trail from the passenger side of the vehicle, which then went to the front, went up to the curb, and then throughout the grass, again, eventually where our victim was located. As we continued up the curb, that's when we noticed there was a cell phone, there was a set of keys, there was one set of shoes, As we walked a little bit further towards the fence in the grass, that's where we ended up with our victim's shirt, another pair of shoes, and some of the life-saving measures that were left by EMS.
Okay, so what did you do after the walkthrough?
After the walkthrough, I grabbed my camera, and that's when I began to take overall photographs of the entire scene as we originally observed it. During that time, I had asked my coworker to do a very rough sketch just to kind of document where we kind of saw that blood trail going near the car. And then after that, I put down numbered placards of the items that we were going to collect, and I took mid-range and close-up photographs after that.
Okay. And you took quite a few photos out there, is that accurate?
Yes.
Permission to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Ms. Campbell, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibits number 25 through 99 and State's Exhibit number 153. If you could look through those and tell me if those are the photographs that you took at the scene that night.
Yes.
And all these photographs fair and accurate depictions of the scene as you observed it when you responded that evening?
Yes.
Have they been changed or altered in any way?
No, sir.
This time, the state's going to offer State's Exhibit number 25 to 99 and State's Exhibit number 153 for all witnesses tendering to counsel.
Is this the 109 that are in the?
So,
Yeah, we don't have any, we won't object to it, Your Honor, we just wanted to look through them, and make,
No objections?
but no objections to them.
All right, State's Exhibits 25 through 99 and 153 are admitted for all purposes.
thank you, Judge. And I'll give them an opportunity to look through them before, do y'all want to look through
Now,
them before I
let
publish
you
it?
know.
Okay. Permission to publish to the jury.
You may.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, before you begin, will you give me the state exhibit numbers again one more time?
Yeah,
Just-
25 through 99 and then 153.
Okay, thank you very much.
Sure. Just can we get the lights if you don't mind? Thank you. So there's quite a few pictures, Ms. Campbell, so we'll try to go through these as quickly as possible. If you could just kind of orient the jury to what we're looking at in States 25.
This is the parking lot between buildings 6 and 7, and this is our witness's Kia.
26.
The same thing, we're just changing position to get overall photographs.
Okay, same with 27, just rotating to the left.
Correct.
Same in 28.
Yes.
29, we get a full view of the Kia, was it a Seltos? Do you recall what kind of vehicle it was?
Yes, Kia Seltos.
Orange in color.
Orange, red, yes.
States 30, kind of the backside of the vehicle.
Correct.
States 31.
Yes.
And we kind of get a view of the grassy area as well, back by the fence.
Yes.
States 32, and back view from the driver's side.
Correct.
33 is just another view from the back side.
Yes.
All right, what are we looking at in states number 34?
In stage 34, we are looking in the grassy area, closer towards the fence, where our victim's clothing was. Again, the life-saving measures by EMS, as well as what appears to be one of the shoes.
State 35, just a closer view of some of that physical evidence there in the field.
Correct.
36, again, another view.
Yes.
37, another view, kind of more towards the white storage bin.
Yes, so another view, we're basically just going from the fence back to the car.
38,
Same thing.
39,
In this one, you can see to the right front tire of that green vehicle, that's where we start to see the phone and keys.
can you see my cursor on the screen?
Yes.
Is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. All right, 40,
We're just all the way to the fence now, starting to do the exact same process.
again, turning towards the right, more towards the apartment complex.
Correct.
41, 42, same.
Yes. Same thing overall, it's just from the opposite side.
Okay, 43, 44,
Yes, looking back towards the car, the Kia.
45, same, just to the left, more to the left.
Correct. And now we're working our way back towards the curb.
Okay, kind of talk to the jury about why you take so many photographs and why it's important to catch it from different angles.
The reason that we take overall photographs is because sometimes from one photograph you can't necessarily see something smaller that's on the opposite side of you. So the notion is as you go all the way around your scene, you're capturing that in a 360-degree manner.
Okay, 47,
Again, going from the fence back towards the car.
48,
Same thing.
49 is more towards the cars.
Correct.
50, we get a good view of the Ms. Bass's vehicle.
Yes.
51, this is when you start to focus on her vehicle.
Yes.
52, driver's side.
Correct.
53, back driver's side.
Yes.
54, back passenger side.
Yes.
55, front side.
Correct.
Did you notice any any damage to the outside of the vehicle?
I did not.
What are you looking at in states number 56?
This is the driver's front seat. So as we do our overalls with a vehicle as well, we open up all the doors and basically shoot through on all sides.
Okay. 57 looks like it's more geared towards the driver door area.
Correct.
And can you tell what that is in the driver pocket there in this, kind of in the bottom of states number 57?
Looks like it might be a wallet and then a cup from Weber.
States number 58,
Passenger side seat of the front.
states 59,
A photograph of the front seat. We always want to take a photo before we move anything.
is, can you tell what that is lying there in the seat in states number 59?
It looks like a black wallet.
And this is the front passenger seat, correct?
Yes.
States number 60,
That is Michael Mills' driver's license.
do you recall where that was? Was that inside the wallet or was it just laying loose? Do you recall?
It was inside the wallet.
Again, state 61, this would have been just a closer view of the driver door pocket there at the bottom.
Correct.
You testified to a Whataburger cup and then a purse, it appears, is that correct?
Yes.
And what is this?
That is Britney Bass's ID, which was located in that wallet.
Here's state's exhibit number 152. What is that photograph of?
This is a photograph of a wine cooler in like a black grocery bag, maybe from a gas station. I believe it was located at the floorboard of the front passenger seat.
Now, it's kind of difficult to see, but do you recall if there were other bottles inside the box?
I do not.
Okay. Did you observe any empty bottles inside the vehicle?
I did not.
If you would have seen that, would you have photographed that?
Yes.
Okay. States number 63.
This is a photograph of the evidence in the grass again. Just now we have put our numbered placards down.
And what's the purpose of the number placards?
Not only to show the items that we're going to collect, but it kind of gives you a better idea of the relationship of the items to themselves and within the scene.
64.
So this is what we would consider mid-range. So we're capturing the items at 1, 2, and 3, and you can see a small sliver of that green car that was in the overall photographs.
State 65.
Moving around, so we're getting closer with our mid-range, so you can start to see the other placards as well.
And state 66.
Same thing. This is 3, 4, 5, and 6.
State 67.
Now we're closer to just focus on 4, 5, and 6.
68.
Same thing, getting closer.
States number 69.
After we've done our mid-range, that's when we go in and we do our close-ups. So we're capturing one sole item in the photograph. So this is the cell phone that was located at Packard 1.
Okay. Do you know who this cell phone belonged to?
At the time, no.
States number 70.
That is the front lock screen of the phone.
Does that appear to be a photograph of the complainant?
It does.
And just for clarity, 69 and 70, are those the same phone?
Yes.
States number 71.
Set of car keys in relation to Packard 1 as well.
Do you know who those car keys belong to?
I did not have time.
States number 72.
This is the first set of shoes.
State 73.
It's just a close-up of one of the shoes at that placard.
74.
And the other one?
Do you know who these shoes belong to?
I do not.
States number 75.
A single shoe at placard 4.
And just, again, for clarity, this is a different set of shoes than the photographs that we just looked at in State's Exhibit number 72, correct?
Yes.
State 76.
A zoomed in photograph of that shoe at placard 4.
State 77.
At placard 5, this is the undershirt and the outside shirt that our victim was wearing.
States number 78.
This is the other shoe that was related to the one at placard 4. Again, closer of that shoe.
Does this particular exhibit show it's like a red substance on the shoe,
Yes,
possibly blood?
possibly.
States number 80.
This is now starting to photograph where those possible bloodstains were in the parking lot.
States 81.
Zooming in closer.
States 82.
More just now we are starting to kind of follow that same path. So we've kind of backed up a little bit to get another view of a car so we can kind of see where we're going.
Okay, and just to be clear, States 82 is going to be a different set of blood droplets than those in States 80 and 81?
Correct.
States 83.
That's a zoomed in photo of where I was standing from the one before.
States 84.
Again, as we're approaching the curb,
States 85.
zoomed in,
States 86.
still gradually going to the curb.
And we can kind of see, as you just alluded to, we can see, if you can see my cursor, the curve, and then the grassy area would be back here.
Yes,
States 87.
zoomed in photograph.
States 88.
As we're getting closer,
States 89.
zoomed in again,
States number 90.
getting closer to the curb,
States number 91.
zoomed in.
So it's kind of difficult to see, but there are blood droplets here.
Correct.
States number 92.
The curb itself,
States 93.
Zoomed in.
Again, if you can see my cursor, we have blood droplets here on the curve, is that correct?
Yes.
States 94.
This is a photograph of blood stain in the grass. So that little flashlight pen was an officer marking where they saw that blood stain.
States number 95.
And that's the zoomed in photograph.
States 96.
More blood, just a little bit larger in volume as we're getting closer to where our victim was.
States 97.
Zoomed in.
States 98.
Just more photographs of blood stain in the grass.
And finally, states number 99.
Zoomed in.
Okay. So based on the photographs that you took, there was quite a bit of blood, both in the parking lot as well as the grassy areas. Is that a fair assessment?
Yes.
Turn the lights on, Judge. Thank you. Okay, so did you collect any physical evidence from the crime scene?
We did.
What all did you collect?
We collected the cell phone, the car keys, both sets of shoes, the victim's undershirt and overshirt. And then we also collected, I believe, 4 DNA swabs of different areas of blood stain within the parking lot.
So what did you do after you got done processing the crime scene?
After we got done processing, we transported the evidence back to the police department, and I was asked to wait there by Detective Chevalier.
Okay, did you receive any further instruction once you got to the police department?
Yes, once I got to the police department, Detective Chevalier informed me that Mr. Rodriguez would be coming up to the police department to speak with him, and he was wanting photographs taken of Mr. Rodriguez once he arrived.
Do you recall the approximate time that you were asked to do that?
I believe I was called at 3:30 once he arrived, and that was on September 1st.
Okay. And did you take some photographs of Mr. Rodriguez?
I did.
You see Mr. Rodriguez in the courtroom today?
I do.
If I'm in seat number 1, my co-counsel in seat number 2, all the way down the line, what seat would he be seated in?
Seat number 5.
May the record reflect this witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will reflect this.
Commissioner, approach the witness.
You may.
Ms. Campbell, I'm going to show you what's been marked in State Exhibits 100 through 115. You can look through those photographs, please. These fair and accurate depictions of the defendant as you observed him that night?
Yes.
That early morning. Have they been changed?
No.
Anyway? Turning to defense counsel, State Exhibits number 100 through 115, the state would offer these for all purposes.
No objection, Your Honor.
State Exhibits 100 through 115 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. Commissioner, approach to the jury.
You may.
Just want to clarify one thing for the record. The time was what? Was it 3:30 a.m.?
Yes, 3:30 a.m.
All right, so we're looking at State Exhibit number 100 here. Is this Mr. Rodriguez?
Yes,
And this is at the Carrollton Police Department, correct?
correct.
Talk to the jury about why you take these different angles.
Kind of the same concept as when we're on scene overall. We basically get head to toe, having the individual turn on all sides, just so we can make sure we're not missing any potential blood, any cuts, any other injuries, things of that nature all the way around.
Okay, I'm going back to States 100 really quickly. May be difficult to see with the glare. Judge, can we turn off the lights really quickly? Thank you. We're looking at the defendant's clothing, specifically his shorts. It appears to be a red substance that could be possibly blood.
Correct.
States 101 is gonna be the right side of the defendant.
Yes.
States 102 is the left side.
Yes.
States 103 is the back.
Correct.
What is States 104?
States 104 is the defendant's hands. When we take photographs of their hands, we have them palms down and also palms up as well.
If we're looking at the right hand of the defendant, which would be to our left, if we're looking at the photograph, do we see anything on the defendant's right hand?
Potential bloodstains.
States 105,
Now we're focused on that right hand.
States 106,
Focused on the left.
States 107.
Back to the right, just now palms are facing up.
Did you notice any injuries on the defendant's right hand?
Yes.
Can you talk to the jury about what you observed?
I observed the U-shaped cut that is located there on his right thumb, and then there was another small, what looked to be cut at the base of his middle finger.
As well as what looks like dry blood?
Correct.
States 108,
This is the left hand with that palm facing up.
did you observe any injuries on the left hand?
I did not.
States 109,
We are taking photographs of those potential injuries with scale to determine an approximate size.
okay, were you able to determine the approximate size?
I would say it's about 1 centimeter by maybe another 1.5.
Okay, just to be clear for the record, this is the palm side of the right hand with the thumb, is that correct?
Yes.
States 110,
Again, photographing that injury with scale, I would say again, 1 centimeter by almost 2.
and this is a different injury from the one on the thumb. This would have been located, it looks like the base of the middle finger, is that correct?
Yes.
States 111,
Photograph of the shorts with possible blood,
States 112,
the right shoe with also possible blood stains,
States 113.
the left shoe,
Do you recall if there's any blood on the left shoe that you took?
no.
States 114,
Lifting up the bottom so that it's his left shoe, just making sure there's no potential blood stain or anything on the bottom.
did you observe any blood on the bottom of the shoe?
I did not,
And finally, States 115,
and this is the bottom of the right shoe.
any blood observed on that one?
No.
Okay, so after you took, lights please, Judge. Thank you. After you took photographs of the defendant, did you have any further duties on this particular case?
A couple days later, I think it was on September 5th, Detective Chevalier obtained the warrant to search and process Mr. Rodriguez's vehicle, so we did that on the 5th.
Okay, and did you take some photographs of the defendant's vehicle both inside and out?
I did.
Wish to approach the witness, Your Honor.
You may.
Going to show you to mark as States Exhibits 116 through 126. Are these fair and accurate depictions of the defendant's vehicle as you observed it that day?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
No.
And offer States Exhibits numbers 116 through 126 to the council.
Objection.
All right, States Exhibits 116 through 126 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you, Judge. May I publish?
Yes, you may.
Can we get the lights one more time, Judge? Sorry. Looking at State Exhibit 116, where did these photographs occur? What's this location?
This is still the police department. This is just our crime scene garage, which is attached to the Sally Port entry, where officers will bring individuals that are going to be held in the jail.
Okay, and what are we looking at in State Exhibit number 116?
This is the backside of the Mazda CX-5.
For the record, can you state the license plate number?
S is in Sam, B is in boy, N is in Nancy, 9072.
State's 117.
Capturing our overall photographs, we're moving to the passenger side of the vehicle,
118.
the driver's side of the vehicle,
119.
the front side,
120.
and the front side of the driver side.
121.
Inside the vehicle, this is the driver's side.
Did you make any observations about the inside of the vehicle on the driver's side?
Nothing that really stood out.
122.
This is the interior panel of the driver door.
And back to 122. Did you notice anything about the driver's side armrest or control panel there?
Yes, it appeared to have possible bloodstain.
See my cursor, there's blood here, is that correct?
Yes,
As well as on this side.
yes.
123.
It's a zoomed in photograph of that same area.
State's 124.
The front passenger side. The interior panel of the front passenger door.
State's 125. State's 126.
This is the center console.
Okay, did you make any, besides the blood on the doors, did you make any other observations about the interior of the vehicle?
Nothing that stood out.
Did you do any further, aside from the photographs, did you do any further processing of the vehicle?
We did. We took another 4 DNA swabs from the inside of the vehicle.
Any further engagement in this case after photographing the defendant's vehicle?
I believe this same day after this, I went into our crime scene lab and photographed some of the evidence in a little bit more detail where there's better lighting.
Commissioner Pro Secution.
You may.
Finally, we're going to show you what's been marked in State Exhibits number 127 to 135. Can you see the mark?
Yes.
And what does this set of photographs depict?
This is a set of photographs of the victim's shirt and undershirt.
Okay, are these fair and accurate depictions of the shirt that you observed that day?
Yes.
Have they been changed in any way?
No.
State's going to offer State Exhibits number 127 to 135. Send them to council.
No objection.
All right, State Exhibit 127 through 135 are admitted for purposes.
Thank you, Commissioner Polish.
You may.
State's number 127. Can you describe for the jury what we're looking at here?
This is the front side of the outer shirt that our victim was wearing with blood stain on it.
State's number 128.
This is a photograph with scale of what appeared to be a cut or a tear in the shirt.
With regard to the scale, can you give the jury about the length and the width as we're looking at here?
Yes, this scale is a little bit different. This one is in millimeters as opposed to centimeters. So it's about 1 millimeter wide by about 2.5 millimeters long.
Again, State's 129, just a closer view of that same slash in the shirt.
Yes.
130.
In close up.
State's 131.
This is flipping the t-shirt inside out, just being able to capture the opposite side of that same area.
132.
Again, the interior side of that shirt with scale. This
133.
is flipping the shirt right side out again, and this is the back side.
State's number 134.
This is the undershirt.
It appears to have a defect in it as well.
Yes.
And And then finally states 135.
Photographing that same cut or tear with scale. Yeah.
And can you give the jury an idea about the scale of that defect?
Yes, it's the same millimeter scale, and it appears to be about 2 millimeters wide by about the same 2.5 millimeters long.
Okay. So after you finished photographing the evidence in the lab, did you do anything further on this case?
No, I did not.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right, defense.
Thank you, Your Honor. I guess starting with the defects in the individual shirt. You said that the cut size was about 2 millimeters long,
That's correct.
so that'd be about, what, 3/4 of an inch?
Approximately, yes.
And so the knife blade would have been approximately, it could not have been bigger than that, but it could have been smaller than that.
Correct.
Because the defect, depending on what's going on in that moment, could be actually substantially larger than the blade itself.
Correct.
When we look at the crime scene photos, if I could republish for the jury, Your Honor. I got it right here. State's Exhibit 38. May I proceed, Your Honor? May I proceed with publishing?
Yes, of course.
We don't need that information.
Do you need the lights off? Or are we okay?
No, I think we can handle it without the lights, Your Honor, or with the lights. Officer Campbell, we're looking at what was previously admitted as State's Exhibit number 38. When you photographed it, what is this right here?
That is a cell phone.
Okay, and these are what is this?
The set of keys.
And these are,
That is one of the sets of shoes.
okay. And so, and this was the phone that was later to be determined to be the decedent Mr. Mills' phone?
Correct.
And am I correct in what I heard from your testimony that there's a blood trail that runs from where Mr. Mills was ultimately found all the way into the parking lot area?
Yes.
Were you able to determine whose blood was what at that time? You didn't do any DNA analysis on it, correct?
Not other than just collecting the swabs, no.
Okay. But there's blood from the parking lot to where he ultimately rested, and these are his phone, this is his phone and his keys.
Correct.
Do you know if these were his shoes?
I do not. No, for sure.
Do you recall, and we can go through this a little bit more, but do you recall whether those were the shoes that had the blood on them?
I believe it was the other pair.
Okay.
The other placard.
So as a crime scene investigator and reconstructionist, right?
I have the capability to, yes.
Would it be reasonable to assume that if his keys are here, and if his phone is here and his keys are here, and there's a blood trail to where he ultimately rested, would that indicate that he moved towards that location while bleeding?
Yes.
Do you recall, on the drawing State's Exhibit 38, so here, republishing State's Exhibit 42, which is a more zoomed out photo, so we have a more complete view of the scene. Again, this is the location where the keys and the cell phone were?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. This is the first set of shoes,
Correct.
and this is where Mr. Mills ultimately laid to rest?
Yes.
Okay. Is it fair to say that and please correct me if this is beyond what you do, but it sounded to me from the testimony that you started with drops of blood, and then it sort of ended in a pool or pools of blood where he fell.
Correct. I mean, I
would just say larger volume. I don't know that I would necessarily classify it as a true pool of blood.
But you went from less to more.
Correct.
And the state introduced one photo. You photographed the decedent's, Mr. Mills' cell phone at the scene, the original lock screen.
Yes.
All right. And that was, let's see if I can relocate it quickly. I was taking notes. Okay, here we go. We have State's Exhibit number 69. That
Yes.
was where you found it, right, before you
Correct.
touched it, right? State's Exhibit 70, which is the lock screen.
Yes.
But you took additional photos of that phone at that time, correct?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
I've got some stickers, thank you. Approaching with, would this be 1 and 2? Okay. Do we have extra copies from the state? Okay. Showing to the state, may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
What has been previously, or what has been marked now as Defense Exhibit 1 and Defense Exhibit 2.
Would you show the witness first?
Yes, Your Honor,
Is it already in evidence?
it's part of the, no, it is not, Your Honor.
Okay.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Officer Campbell, I'm showing you what has been marked as Defense Exhibit 1 and Defense Exhibit 2. The printout's a little bit blurrier than what your actual photo showed, but do you recognize these photos?
Yes.
And what are these?
These are photographs of the same lock screen, just basically scrolling through the notifications that are on the phone.
And are they a true and accurate depiction of the phone as you photographed it at that time?
Yes.
It has not been altered in any way?
No.
Showing to the state what was marked as Defense 1 and 2.
No objection, Your Honor.
Defense Exhibits 1 and 2 are admitted for all purposes.
May we publish it to the jury, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
And although these are what are going into state's, I mean, the photo quality printout is not as clear as what we have on the digital, which is the exact same. May I use my laptop to
You may.
use the clear version?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Wait. Let me, hold on. I apologize for a brief delay, Your Honor. So we have what has now been admitted as Defense Exhibit 1. When you looked at this, did you notice the notifications with Instagram?
Yes.
At this time, had you been made aware that the decedent, Mr. Mills, had done like an Instagram live or done an Instagram video?
It was mentioned, yes.
Okay, and so were these different reactions from other people who had watched his video?
It appears to be.
Can you zoom in on it?
Yes, Your Honor. I guess starting with Sativa, it looks, would it be fair to say that's like a shocked face?
Yes.
Okay, I'm not very good with my emojis. And then someone down here with, it appears that his name is YW or YY Wave, and that some other username has liked the story.
Correct.
There's various other notifications from other platforms as well.
Yes.
And then going to Defense Exhibit 2, we have some more notifications. We have that one that we saw in the first photo where it says that Sarah, whoever, liked the story, and then down a little bit further, TX Reek said, "Don't get behind nobody car when they in it, bro, they can reverse on you."
Yes.
What does this one right below that say from Pretty and ANTI, and then we don't have the rest of the username?
It says, reply to your story, and in parentheses, it has the license plate number, S as in Sam, B as in boy, N as in Nancy, 9072, lame ass boy, took me out.
And then at the bottom, it looks like we have another notification where it just says, "Sir."
Yes.
We don't know what Ms. Carter is saying that she enjoyed, but we have that message as well.
Correct.
But in your documentation of what you had access to at the crime scene, there seemed to be reactions or interactions with what he had posted.
Yes.
Did that play any role in your investigation?
Not for me, not at the time, no.
And did you relay that information, or did other officers have access to that information?
Once I collect the cell phone from the scene, I do talk with detectives, and it was mentioned they were going to get a search warrant for the phone. So when I got back to the police department, I plugged it into where our digital forensics area is.
Plugged it in for power purposes?
Yes, to keep
Okay.
it
Just
charged up.
so you don't lose the opportunity to do an extraction?
Correct.
Thank you, ma'am. When you watched the video, did you have any, from a law enforcement perspective, any sort of visceral response or reaction to it?
I never saw the video.
Oh, you just heard about the video?
Yes.
Did anybody describe the video? How was it described to you?
It was described to me that Mr. Mills started the video once he got out of the car, and then that there was basically verbal interaction between him and Mr. Rodriguez, but that was pretty much it. I didn't get details.
Understood. When you photographed witness Bass's vehicle, when you on direct, you mentioned that you had, I don't mean this in a bad way, but manipulated the purse to extract the photo ID,
Yes.
and you had manipulated the wallet to extract the photo ID.
Yes.
And that was for Mr. Mills and for Miss Bass.
Yes.
You said you photographed the wine bottles in the car, correct?
Yes.
But you were not able to say whether there were any missing or whether any had been consumed.
Correct. Simply moved the bag enough to take that photograph.
And so you limited your amount of manipulation to what was absolutely necessary for what you were asked to do at that scene.
I was asked to basically capture overall photographs of the vehicle so that they could move the vehicle into a parking spot and out of the way. And then the IDs were to identify who was in the vehicle, and that was it.
How much longer after the initial 911 call did you arrive on the scene?
Not sure off the top of my head.
Do you remember what
I
time you
don't-
arrived?
Not without looking at my report, no.
Okay.
And I don't believe I was given what time the 911 call actually came out.
Do you remember, was EMS still there?
No, they were not.
Was Miss Bass still there?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, at that point, if you know, had she been escorted to the police department for her interview?
I would assume so.
Okay. But you don't know, if there was any additional evidence within the vehicle, that's not what you were there to look for, right?
Which vehicle?
In the vehicle that you photographed, I'm sorry, great clarification question. In Mrs. Bass's vehicle, you were not there to search through the vehicle, you were doing what you called, what is it, the overhead shots or the?
Overall, yes.
The overall shots.
Correct.
And so you didn't go digging through the vehicle to see if there was a knife?
Correct.
Or a gun?
Correct.
Or any drugs?
No.
I mean, we didn't even move to see, to confirm whether any the wine bottles had been consumed or not.
Correct.
Did you notice whether, was there any smell in the vehicle at all?
Not that I recall.
Okay. Was there any smell over by where all the decedent's clothes were?
Not that I recall.
Okay, so nothing stood out to you?
No.
Okay. I guess, so therefore you didn't have any interaction with Ms. Bass at all, did you?
I did not.
Okay. Based on your training and experience and what you documented at the scene, is it reasonable to assume that the altercation happened where the keys and the phone were left and the blood trail starts?
An object to speculation, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Officer Campbell, do you have any experience in crime scene reconstruction?
Just through actual training, it's more like shooting reconstruction.
Okay, but scene reconstruction, whether it's a shooting or whatever crime scene,
Yes,
do shootings sometimes involve blood loss
they do.
and spent shell casings and other forensic evidence?
Yes,
And so you go through that scene in order to determine what may have happened where.
correct.
You follow the blood trails
Yes,
and you analyze whatever you have available to analyze at that time.
correct.
Now, and in fact, when you were called to this scene, you were asked to do a sketch of, or you and another officer did a sketch of what you thought may have happened.
Yes.
And so
Well, we mainly wanted to document where that blood was located in the parking lot, because we didn't have Mr. Rodriguez's vehicle there to know exactly where it was parked. We just wanted to document in relation to Mrs. Bass's car, where that had started and where we had observed it.
And so, therefore, based on your experience with scene reconstruction and based on what you observed in the field that day, is it reasonable to assume that where the keys and the cell phone are, and which ended up being Mr. Michael's or Mr. Mills' property, and the blood trail that starts with drops and then ends in a larger quantity some distance further, is it reasonable to assume that the stabbing which led to the bleeding may have occurred in that location where the keys and the phone were?
I'm going to object to speculation, Your Honor, especially with the form of the question saying assume speculation.
The blood near the keys would have required an injury.
I'm sorry?
The blood near the keys and the phone would have required an injury,
Yes,
and you were there about a stabbing incident.
correct.
And the blood does go from where Mr. Mills was believed to have been to where he was ultimately found.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor.
State.
Just a few follow-up questions briefly, Your Honor. Did you do, Ms. Campbell, did you do any reconstruction in
I
this
did
case?
not.
Okay. You are aware from photographing the defendant that he had a cut on his hand, that he was actively bleeding at some point prior to that as well, correct?
Yes,
So is it possible that the blood, either in the field or in the parking lot, could have been the defendant's blood?
Objection to speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Is it possible?
yes,
You don't know whose blood was there in the field, you don't know whose blood it was in the parking lot, correct?
correct.
But we know that both parties were bleeding in the scene, correct?
Yes,
I would object to speculation, Your Honor. There's been no evidence presented that Mr. Rodriguez was bleeding at the scene. He was photographed later with blood on his hands, but there's been no law enforcement evidence, there's been no evidence presented about the nature, timing, or severity of Mr. Rodriguez's injury.
The objection's overruled. You can cross-verify this.
Thank you.
I'll pass it with you, Sean.
All right, Ms. X.
Ms. Campbell, you have no way of knowing what blood belonged to who.
I do not, and that's why swabs are taken, and those swabs can be later sent to the lab.
But there was blood within the proximity of the keys and the decedent's phone.
Yes, in that empty parking spot going up to the curb and then into the grass.
No further questions, Your Honor. Thank you.
Anything else?
Nothing further to state, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
No objection to the state?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. If you're released. Both sides approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to recess for the day. Remember, you're still under my instructions. You haven't heard all of the evidence yet. The state will resume its case in chief tomorrow. So don't discuss any testimony with anybody, or between yourselves or your significant other. Don't do any type of social media research. And we'll be back here at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Call Ross.